morning! Good morning!
There goes the neighborhood!
And there was much rejoicing.
Didn't your meds kick in yet?
We got David Lefkowitz here. He's a Long Island arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's gone by. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Dog night, like two flamingos in a fruit fight. Every color of day, whirling around at night. I'm playing this music.
Well, there goes the neighborhood. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Joyce. Joyce, my wife, me, the Dave Lefkowitz, here on the 23rd of July, 2016, for the 567th episode of the Dave's Gone By radio program of the air, here at the University of Northern Colorado, UNCRadio.com. Glad we were able to fix some technical stuff we had here earlier.
I made a horrible snorting sound just now.
Horrible snorting sound. No, you know the sound we should be making?
What?
That's not a fart noise. What is that noise, babe?
Hold on, wait, someone's calling in. Someone's calling in to tell you.
Well, they don't speak, do they?
No, that was someone calling in to report it.
From the South Florida Aquarium. Ladies and gentlemen, this past Thursday, 2 days ago, was the birthday, we talked about this last week, of a mammal, maybe, arguably, the oldest living manatee in the whole world, in the whole universe.
Maybe not a dugong, though.
No, it wasn't a dugong. He's not it might be old dugongs,
David, how
right?
come, the only thing I thought of is how come he doesn't have a theme song? Like every other thing, like maybe you could do like Snooty, Snooty's my friend. Snooty,
from now till the end.
Snooty, you like to eat kelp.
Oh, Snooty, we're here to help.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Snooty, you live with, what's his name, Saracillo and Ice Cube.
Yeah.
Snooty.
We watch you on YouTube.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Snooty, you collect Manatee Social Security.
Snooty, you are... You are an emblem of mammal purity.
Wow.
Well, maybe.
Snooty, separated from your mom.
Yeah. Snooty, you swim with aplomb. What? That was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snooty, so big and so gray.
Snooty, never go away.
Oh.
Snooty the manatee at the South Florida.
We should tape that and send that into the. Why don't you send it into the Florida Museum? Maybe they'll use it.
Well, we can do it right. We'll do up a demo, and we'll get the Snooty song going.
Should we get Aerosmith?
And
maybe Adele.
Oh, everybody would love Adele doing it, or maybe Beyonce because she's got a bug as big as Snooty's.
No, she doesn't. What about Bruno Mars? He'd be funky.
Bruno Mars would be good.
It'd be like a James Brown version of Snooty.
And he has kind of a tropical warm water beach vibe, or Hawaii or something like that, something like that. Yeah. So he would be good.
Would have been good. Don
Kid Creole maybe.
Don
Ho. Yeah.
It would have been like Snooty, my friend, Snooty.
Or we get Bob Dylan. Manatees in the waves.
We don't want to kill Snooty.
There's a song by Dave.
I'm surprised they never wrote a song
Snooty the Manatee. Yeah. There are Manatee songs. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the 68th birthday of Snooty the Manatee, we're going to play a Saturday segue of manatee-related songs and bits and items just for you. Well, you being everyone who bothers to tune into this radio station. But yeah, so that's one of our Saturday segues today is going to be devoted to manatees because Snooty, now there may possibly be older manatees somewhere floating out there, but it's so unlikely because their lifetime in our oceans because of propellers and boats is generally 15 years.
Wow.
That's what they figure. A manatee's going to live before it slams into, the SS poop hole and gets cut into, star-kissed tuna bits.
Wow.
But this one was rescued so early when his mom was hit by a propeller that they brought him to... Well, you tell the story.
Well, they brought him, I think, to one exhibit or one Manatee County thing, and then they weren't allowed to have both manatees, so they gave Snooty over to this group, and they've had him ever since.
Yeah. I mean, ever since being about 67 years since the year that he was first put into captivity.
I think he was even young when they got him. He was a young calf.
So, I mean, it's absolutely amazing that he has lived this long, seemingly as healthy as ever. And he's not even alone in the tank. As you say, he's got Sarah Solo and Ice Cube, who were put in there with him in 2015. So and I mentioned this last week, but ladies and gentlemen, leave this show up, obviously, on your interwebs, if you're getting us through the server room thing, because our homepage at uncradio.com is still having problems as far as the stream link. I haven't checked it today. I haven't even bothered.
I'm going to check it on the interwebs.
No, but while you're checking on the interwebs, also, everybody go to the South Florida Museum website, because that is where the Snooty Cam is. And today, even though his birthday was on Thursday, this is the day that they're celebrating Snooty the Manatee's 68th birthday. So they're having a big party. It's a block party. They're having people. As a matter of fact, we should tell the folks at UNC over in Nottingham Field, they're having the mariachi people.
Oh, that would be a nice combo.
If we get the mariachi people together with the manatee people, Snooty. I have no idea what that would be. It would probably be quite horrible, but wouldn't it be amazing? Like, la manatee, la manatee.
La vaca de mar, la vaca de mar. ¿Tiene 68?
Sí.
8 años. Hoy.
Y coma kelp. He was whelped. And yes, are they whelped? Or are they live? They must be live birth.
I don't know.
If they're mammals. I don't know what.
Whelping just means when you leave your mother, doesn't it?
Well, I was whelped at 34 years old.
Oh, God.
when we moved to a house a half mile away. That was my whelping moment. Whelp. I miss my mommy. Whelp.
You love your mommy.
I do love mommy, and I love my daddy too.
Good.
And I've been talking to them every week and checking on how they're doing. And but excited today about Snooty's birthday, kind of his birthday week over in South Florida. But there's much more to be excited about. Oh, don't even.
Okay.
Don't even. Joyce is trying to get the interwebs up on our laptop here, and it's just not even gonna go. We're lucky we have interwebs, that we have our stream back on our website, so that people all over the world, all over the universe, all under the sea, under the water, can listen to us.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
There's a manatee who loves me, and his name is Snooty.
You never met him?
No. I have seen manatees briefly in the ocean, and I have gone, obviously, to museums where they've got, or the aquarium I've been to. Didn't we go to SeaWorld also? They have a manatee there.
I don't remember.
He was trained to do tricks, and then he started chewing people to death. No, wait, those
what?
were... No, I'm kidding. Those were the... What were they, white sharks or the killer whales?
Oh,
Remember Tilikum the whale?
That was horrible.
Well, horrible for the trainer, kind of fun for the spectators.
Yeah, but you know what? It's like, I saw that the blue water or black water or whatever about the killing of the orca. It was so upsetting. And the trainers saw these behaviors like, it wasn't like, oh, gee whiz, it's going to happen. They saw this like, maybe
they saw it coming, of course.
Yeah, and like that whale was one where you couldn't go in the water with him because he would drag you in.
Yeah.
So perhaps if you get too close to it's like...
But I don't understand this whole thing about the... it's so terrible with the orca and this. I mean, it's a green vegetable. It's a green vegetable that black people use when they're making stews.
The orca's like whale. You're thinking of okra.
Oh. Wait, isn't she that black woman
That's
who owns
Oprah.
the TV network?
You better learn diction.
Oprah. Wait, no, that's what Greek people say when they're making a toast.
No, that's Opa.
Isn't that what a tuba does?
No, a tuba is an oboe.
I'm trying to keep this going, folks. I don't know why.
You're insane.
There's no reason to keep this going.
You need some mental help, honey.
I do. Well, the therapy that I get 2 kinds of therapy now.
I keep registering for UNC guests and it's poopers.
Yeah, but didn't you try doing it and it looked like it was poopers and it started working?
Yeah, it did, so.
But there are 2 things now that really, really, give me joy. One of them has turned out to be swimming. I've started swimming in our local swimming pool in our townhouse complex. And it's really nice. I went in last night, a little bit before sundown, and just went on a warm day, not blazingly hot. And nobody else was in the pool, and just floated, sat there, peed a couple of times, and just had this wonderful, alone kind of Colorado moment of this is what I would be doing if we were away in an expensive hotel. I'd be doing exactly the same thing. I would be in my bathing suit, floating around, doing a couple of laps, and just enjoying floating sensations, not worrying about my work, not worrying about the fall and teaching and anything else, just being in the water, like a manatee. I felt like Snooty.
Wow.
I should have brought beets and cabbage. We
have cans of beets. We have an artichoke.
Yeah, but if I start dumping that into the pool, people will think I was bleeding to death in the middle of the swimming pool. It would not be good. But it was wonderful. And then the other thing I do is do this radio program every Saturday from 9 until noon or thereabouts, Mountain Time.
Ta-da!
See, Joyce did get the website up.
Thank you, Joyce.
And this gives me joy. I don't know why.
We're looking for Snooty.
It's a small audience. It's a small student radio station out in the middle of, not in the middle, in the northern, almost Wyoming end of Colorado.
And yet, the Manatee's still alive.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
It says, don't believe everything you read on the internet, especially that he is dead. He's 66. It was circulated early this week, but lucky he's alive and swimming.
And you can check, go to the South Florida.
Look, and he says alive despite death hoax.
That was about 2 years ago. There was a hoax that Snooty was dead.
Along
with Abe Vigoda, as a matter of fact. Yes, it's happening now.
Okay,
his birthday party is going on.
You're spitting all over me because you're excited.
I am excited. You can tell by my pants.
If you were a
scroll
manatee,
down.
You'd have better whiskers to get your blubbers.
That's true. Go down, scroll down.
Oh,
whoa!
Wow. But that's not Snooty. He's over there. These are the babies.
So Snooty's all the way to the right of the camera.
Typical male. It's his birthday party. The 2 kids are out playing, and Snooty's ahead and always has his butt to the audience.
Well, Snooty's thinking, "Oh, you kids get off my lawn."
See, they're eating.
He's like Bernie Sanders. Yeah, and look at all the people watching.
Wow,
there's never that many people. Happy birthday to Snoo. Happy birthday to Snoo. You look like a manatee, and we both love you. Yes, we do. Oh, one of the little ones is floating.
I think that you can't tell Ice Cube and Sarah Solo apart. That's what they say.
Yeah.
They're too similar in age and look.
Oh, and they got a cone to play with, a little orange cone.
And I think those tubes are filled with food. That's why they're down there eating.
Oh, there you go.
It's like the manatee version of a Kong.
In fact, it's a dildo. So
no, it's food in there. Look at them, how cute.
Oh, the 2 little manatees are playing. The little calves.
No, they're fighting over food.
Oh, that's not good. No, one gave up. One was like, I'm going to go say hello to the viewers.
No, he's not. He's swimming up to get air.
Okay, he's saying cabbage. Look, he's getting his little food up there.
Yay!
This would be so much better for you folks listening if you actually have the SouthFloridaMuseum.org. It's their homepage. You just scroll right down and watch the manatees.
They're never this active. It must be feeding time.
Yeah, and look at all the... they probably sense that it's a big special day. Look at all those people.
Snooty could care less. He's probably sleeping over there. Look at his tail's all floppy.
Well, Snooty, they got him a stripper earlier in the...
I don't listen. Snooty got some extra cabbage and beets, and he's sleeping. He's sleeping it off.
They're trying to bring him back, though. They're trying to roust him. Not people. The other manatees are trying to bring him over into the action, back into the fun. I don't know if he's blown out his candle yet. Well, that's not Snooty. Is that Snooty? Snooty!
See how big he is compared to the other ones?
He's a blumpus. Whoa.
See how big he is? Look.
See. Happy birthday,
And if you notice, he only does one flipper.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Maybe.
That right one.
Oh, no, there he goes. There he goes.
But he generally uses his left flipper. The right flipper's kind of a little bit lame. I don't know. He's got some.
Maybe he's arthritic. Do manatees get arthritis?
If they have a skeleton, yeah.
Wow. I wouldn't be so, yeah. I mean, granted, he's in water all the time, which is a therapy for arthritis, but I think manatees suffer from depression, and
that's why I think he has the kids, because I think they're like social animals. They get lonely.
You think he gets colitis?
No.
No, maybe because of his diet.
Yeah. Well, look at him swimming down near the people.
You think he gets maple syrup urine disease?
Two together? Look, it's two together swimming.
Oh, they're swimming in a tandem.
Look at all the people. My God, look at the camera. That's all camera flash.
It's a big day.
Look at all that. Whoa.
Wow. Da-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga.
Look at
they
that.
say it's your birthday. Da-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. Happy birthday, Snooty. Da-ga-ga-ga-ga. Oh, and he is having a good time. You can tell, I think.
He's huge.
Well, they probably fed him extra today. He got beets, which he loves, sweet potatoes.
You said sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
See, it says Sarah Solo and Ice Cube are difficult to tell because they don't have any distinctive marks or scars, and they're about the same size. So
yeah. Wow. I still wonder what that Etch-a-Sketch thing is on the bottom.
That's how they get in, or that might be a camera.
Oh, it could. Oh, because it's always this one-shot
camera. No, it might be a filter.
Oh,
it might be
probably.
a filter, Dan, yeah.
Because I always wish Snooty invariably stays usually to the right of the camera lens. I always wonder, why can't you just turn the camera a little bit, or get a different angle?
Maybe they can't move the camera.
Oh, is that poop? What is that?
That's a piece of dirt flying by the camera. It's like a piece of string.
Are you sure that's string?
Yeah, it's string.
Why would there be string? Like a giant, long, black thing. Well, it's very narrow. It's very thin.
I think it's just like probably.
I think they pooped.
Look, that's Snoots. Look at Snoots.
Yeah.
That's Snoots going around. I've never seen Snooty so active.
Wow.
Look at him.
Yeah, I'm telling you. They sense,
And it's like paparazzi. They're all taking his photo. It's so great. I've never seen Snooty so active.
I know. Wow. Anywho. I may just stop the show now and we'll just watch Manatees for 3 hours.
No, go forward. Continue.
Well, not only...
This is one of the things that brings you joy.
Yes. And the other thing is doing this radio program because I get to talk about manatees and play manatee-related items on the program, which I will later. Also, I get to play Bob Dylan music. We have our weekly Bob Dylan Sooner and Later segment that we like to play, where we play a couple of different songs by the greatest living musical artist that we've got. And the topic will be political places in our Dylan Sooner and Later segment. We'll also have another Saturday segue of songs about conventions.
Here comes Snooty again.
Snooty's here. He's rolling, man. Songs about conventions, because we had, of course, the RNC this past week, and then starting on, I think, Tuesday, the Democratic National Convention begins in Philadelphia. So we're going to play songs that have to do, on some level, with conventions. Also, we'll go inside Broadway. We won't be booking convention there. We'll be doing something we do pretty much every week, talking about the theater, talking about Broadway and what's going on the stages of New York and elsewhere. And most importantly today, well, no, Snooty's the most important, but the second most important thing is our guest. We have a guest in the neighborhood, a veteran actor and director, truly a man beloved in the industry. A man, maybe the general public doesn't quite know his name, but you'll absolutely know his face. And everybody who has acted or directed anywhere knows who he is, and people have only the greatest things to say about him.
Is it David Lefkowitz?
No, they're amazing enough. There are people who do not have such nice things to say about me.
Like Snooty?
Go figure. No, Snooty loves me.
Okay.
Snooty likes me a lot. And he doesn't return my letters, but anyway. So, our guest in the neighborhood will be Austin Pendleton. You have seen this man. First of all, he was the original Mortal Comes Oil, the tailor in Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. Now, don't get confused. He wasn't in the movie. That was Leonard Frey. But the on stage and on the cast album, it's Austin Pendleton. He also
Can he sing?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking it was like Law and Order and those kind of CSI.
He's done Homicide, all of those.
Those kind of scary shows.
He was in the movie Simon. He was in, what was the one with Matthew Broderick and Ali Sheedy about the computer? Game. I think he was in War Games.
Cabbage.
They're sending out tons of cabbage for the Manatees.
Look at them all going.
Oh, whoa! They're dive bombing for it.
They love cabbage.
Food fight. Yeah.
Why don't they give Snoot some?
Manatee House. Do.
Why don't they give Snoot some? It's his birthday.
Well, maybe they're giving Snooty more, or they already fed him so much that it's better to leave. Well, because the two young Manatees are now fighting over...
I've never seen them so active in my life.
I know, I love it. But Austin Pendleton, gonna be... I'm gonna try and get this done. Austin Pendleton, gonna be the guest.
Cranky
He's talking to...
David, cranky.
I'm always cranky.
Don't be mean to me, I'll walk out on you.
He'll be talking to Rabbi Sol Solomon. Not even just me. I would love to interview Austin Pendleton, but Rabbi Sol begged. He said, Dave... Yeah, you're talking to the guy who originated the role of Mottel in Fiddler on the Roof, which essentially has replaced the Torah in the canon of what it means to be Jewish in the world.
What's his favorite role, Austin Pendleton, do you think?
I don't know. We're going to have to ask him, won't we? Well, I won't be asking him, but Rabbi Sol will be talking to him about this incredible career that Austin has had for more than 50 years. Austin, by the way, is going to be at Pangea as part of a cabaret duet he's doing with Barbara Blyer. It's this relatively recently opened club on 2nd Avenue and 11th Street. And it's happening on Wednesday the 27th, so this coming Wednesday. And they're doing another one on August 9th. So you're going to want to see them at Pangea. He's also going to be directing a play for the Mint Theater in the next couple of weeks. I mean, he's constantly working and doing stuff on film, TV, and theater.
You know?
I think he's in his early 70s. And did you know
what?
that he had the opportunity to play Radar O'Reilly?
Oh, wow.
In the movie version, not the TV, but we'll probably turn into the TV.
Yeah.
The movie version of MASH with Robert Altman.
Why didn't he want to do it?
And he turned it down.
Why?
If we get a chance, we'll ask him. There's also, that story's been out there for a while. He's answered that question quite a few times. In interviews and print. And he does say it's like the biggest mistake he ever made in his career. Not even so much financially, but working with Robert Altman on that movie and becoming one of the stable of Altman.
Yeah, but maybe he couldn't, maybe something happened, You don't know why.
It was, all sorts of... my guess is it was probably some theater thing he wanted to do, and it conflicted with the movies or something like that. But anyway, Austin Pendleton going to be on... And if I tell you... We have gotten more emails and Facebook posts and letters about Austin Pendleton being on this show. We'll read a couple later than we've had about any other guest in the history of this program.
We'll think he has a broad career and he's done so many different genres and venues. He's done it all, right?
Yeah. We've had some pretty famous people on the show. The show's been on for 14 and a half years.
Wasn't there one band where everybody went gaga over some band? You said it was like a big... I forget the name.
Well, there was one band called Shoo Shoo that was our most controversial interview.
Why?
Oh, I think I mentioned this.
Was he depressed? The guy
he was depressed and at one point quite suicidal. So I asked him about it.
Of course.
I said, well, how suicidal were you? Were you jumping off a ledge? Were you taking poison?
Or just thinking about it.
Were you listening to, Chuck Mangione CDs? What was it?
Barry Manilow. Or Bob Dylan, the new Bob Dylan CD.
Exactly.
That has an effect on people.
And the geniuses on YouTube were like, how can you ask him that? That's a terrible thing to ask. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's one of our most listened to interviews ever on YouTube. So sometimes you have to ask the questions that are like, oh my God.
I thought it was beneficial for other people in that situation that, he, by lending his insight and how he got through the experience, if he could help one other person who's in a similar position, that's a real gift.
When I have an alcoholic on here, I ask about alcoholism. When I have a depressed person, I ask about, we had that guy, the comedian, Dylan Brody a month ago.
Woo!
Oh my God, there's a giant crow by our window.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's going to die. Wow.
Look at that.
Is that a bad omen or a good omen?
To me, the augury of the crow, I don't know if it's Greek or Roman, but it's death.
Whoa. Well, you know what? Maybe it just means he smells snooty. There's a big old fish on our computer.
No, I think you're just talking about all that stuff.
Could be. But anywho, so sometimes you ask the question. So we might ask Austin Pendleton a question that would be like, oh, how could you ask him that? But he tends to be pretty open and great in interviews, so he'll probably very gladly answer whatever we have to throw at Austin Pendleton. But am I telling you that this is a great show ahead? We've got, Manatee songs, convention songs. Hold on. Bob Dylan songs. We've got, and we'll even have a My Sick Mind segment of horrible, horrible jokes I'm going to make. Joyce has just looked up what happened, or in dreams, what it means to see a crow.
Oh, I'm sorry. You say it.
The crow is a spirit animal. This is, by the way, from spiritanimal.info, so it helps. It's just funny that at the top of the page there's why not to eat a banana, which has nothing to do with this. It's a spirit animal associated with life, mysteries, and magic. It's a totem and spirit guide providing insight and means of supporting intentions. Okay, I'm lost now.
I lost it.
Anyway, let's see if it... Where did you hear that it represented death except in Edgar Allan Poe?
Spirit guide, trickster. Here.
Check it out. If the crow has chosen you as your spirit or totem animal, it supports you in developing the power of sight, transformation.
It supports you in the power of your husband stepping on your foot throughout. I'm going to kick you.
Well, we have to use the same microphone
Move your
here.
foot, you big flopper.
And connection with life's magic.
Here.
So so that's not necessarily symbolism in literature. And maybe, as you said about transformation, cloaking in darkness. Well, let's do this quickly. It's a Jungian archetype.
What is that?
No, or he's trying to see if it is a Jungian archetype.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, it was kind of negative during the Jim Crow era.
But Greeks pegged the crow as a white bird initially, but then Apollo gave it, and it turned black as a mark of displeasure. Corvid identifies the crow family cunning.
Oh, okay. Well, like the crows in what was it? The elephant movie, not Bambi. Help me out here. Who was the elephant in Disney?
Dumbo.
Thank you, Dumbo. They had the best song in the movie, but they were kind of, slightly racist, but also really cool and tricky and conniving and slapsticky and fun.
It says the crows carry the souls of people into the other world.
That's why you think it's about death. It carries a soul. So he's looking for a soul to carry. Here he is. Look, he's back in the window.
Whoa!
Hello, fella. You're actually quite pretty in silhouette.
I've never seen... Look at him, Fuba. I'm going to kick his crow butt.
Joyce just said she's going to kick his crow butt.
Look, it says it's also about curiosity. He's probably curious for us.
I'm sure. He could be bi-curious, for all we know.
Maybe he wants to be on your show.
Maybe he's...
Look
maybe
what it is. Look, it deals with communication. He's a totem of communication.
There you go. So we're on the radio.
Maybe he wants to be on the show.
Maybe he's a trans crow and he's transitioning to a dove.
I think he wants to be on your show.
Well, come on. Well, the door...
Oh, no, I got rid of Snooty by mistake.
Okay, well, let's concentrate on the actual program, because we have Greeley Crimes...
You're such a totalitarian person.
My radio show.
Your world, everything.
Yeah, well, you want your show,
let's
you get a
quote
show
Donatella.
Yeah.
What Johnny Versace said, I am the sun and you are a moon in my world.
Yeah.
That's what you say to me. You are the sun and I am just a moon. That's mean.
That's right. Well, yeah, then I get up and moon you, so there you go.
That's very mean.
Uh-huh. But the one thing I didn't mention that we do is Greeley Crimes Old Times, which is a look at 2 columns in our local newspaper. Joyce was looking for Snooty again, and now she's typed Snitty. But Greeley Crimes, first of all, there's a column in our Greeley newspaper about phone calls that come into the local police station here. And these are not the real serious emergency calls. As a matter of fact, there was a really scary thing while I was driving yesterday over on 11th Avenue. Yeah. Like, there was one police car blocking the road. So like, what the hell?
Accident, right?
Well, I don't know. It was like fire truck going and 2 other police cars sort of blocking a thing in. It seemed like one of those active shooter sort of scenes. So I wonder what that was all about.
Maybe someone ate a bad burrito. They called the ambulance. They had some, Flatos.
That would be active shooting right there. Active shitting, in fact. Oh. But usually it's not that.
Yeah, but the fire truck, maybe something happened in a car. It's probably a car accident.
Could be.
Yeah, they do that with the car accidents so they can gather evidence and so nobody gets hurt.
And they block off the road. Well, but these calls that come in that they gather for the newspaper article are more like, why are you bothering to call police and law enforcement? Why aren't you dealing with this in other ways? And they're pretty funny. So we go over them here, and we mix them in with stories that were printed in the local newspaper 100 years ago, back in July of 1916.
Did
and
we
what
miss
life
the
was
hobo
like
party
well,
at the train station?
Hobo Stew? No, Hobo Stew is, I don't have the date on that, but I think it's another week or two away.
I thought it was the 23rd.
Oh, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's check. Well, I mean, we're not going to go because I don't want to pay $35 for a cup of stew.
No, but it's for most people.
Joyce just typed hobo stool, which is something I really do not want to eat.
Don't make fun.
Hobo stew Greeley. Yeah, try that. Yay. August 11th. What? Wait, one says...
Hobo stew. What's the name of the Greeley? Oh, business.
Oh, they were probably planning that.
Yeah, that's what got
It's a
me.
fundraiser that they held early in July to do it on August 11th.
Gotcha, okay.
So, see, there it is.
I'm so confused.
Hobo stew.
Hobo stew, very lovely.
Hobo stew dances for you.
Honey?
Yes.
You need your spit guard.
Thank you. How about getting up the music for Greeley Crimes?
You know
and
I'm
Old
bad
Time?
with this. I don't have
Just
to
go to
explain.
iTunes and look for Midtown, the Tom Waits number, that will roll us gently. Well, not gently. It's really kind of aggressive music. Well, that's not it. Greeley Crimes. Stop that song. Just hit that. And now go find Midtown.
I have no dexterity. Look at, I'm injured.
You were using iTunes 2 years before I even knew what it was.
No, that's not true.
There we go. Now double click it. Here we go. Da 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 dum.
Da 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 dum.
Raggedy-doo. Rabbi-ba-da-bum.
Da da ba dum.
So again, Greeley Crimes and Old Times here in the neighborhood.
David, I want to hear the wretched pun of destiny called Nerd Bus.
Nerd Bus. Okay. Well, that's an old one. I don't even remember. I don't remember. You want to play it before we start?
No, let's do Greeley Crimes.
Okay, Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
You're going to get mad at me if I don't give you full attention like a megalomaniac.
Well, one thing at a time. We can do this.
Ah!
I keep spitting on Joyce, sort of accidentally.
Here,
Yeah. Give me a spit guard, a mouth shield. Oh, that was my tortillas from yesterday. I brought those in. They were in my bag all night. So if there's green bits on them, I'll pull that.
Don't eat that.
That's fine.
I'm going to make a spit shield with the Hewlett Minuteman Press, a laminated
They do
shield.
spit shields too, yeah.
The laminated thing will be a spit shield. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Greeley Crimes and Old Times for this Saturday, July 23rd, 2016 on the Dave's Gone By radio program. Greeley police responded to 10th Avenue on a report of a suspicious-looking person with a bad eye and a pipe.
It's Popeye. Somebody saw Popeye. Anybody see Olive Oil?
I'm going to shoot up 11th Avenue.
Want some spinach.
Kill me some polices.
He just wants some spinach.
That's right.
He was probably looking for cost cheap. What is it? Cost and savings, but cheap. Food.
Cost plus food.
There you go.
We actually have a supermarket in town. We've joked about this before, where their logo, it's even on the front of the building.
Yes.
Their logo, now businesses have these amazing logos, like We Try Harder Avis, classic, right?
Oh, okay.
It's the real thing, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
ShopRite, something about the value. Remember, it's a grand union of all good things. Grand Union, that was the East Coast chain
I don't know that
of
one.
supermarkets. But this place is cost plus food. That's their logo. That's their motto. That's what's on the front of their building. Cost plus food.
I think that's where the one-eyed man went. The one-eyed man wanted to go there and get some cheap spinach because he's Popeye.
Now, how did we bring up cost plus food?
Because he wanted to get spinach because the guy was roaming around on 11th Avenue.
10th Avenue, actually.
Yeah, he's lost.
Yeah. Me needs cost plus food.
You can't get spinach at a fast food restaurant, so he's probably really distraught.
I know, Yeah. Well, Chipotle is.
But 11th, there's no spinach.
Or maybe Qdoba has. Which one has
none
spinach?
None of them. He'd have to go to an omelet place, or he'd have to go to a diner. A lot of places don't have that much spinach.
Yeah, well, I guess it's an expensive little vegetable. Easier to get iceberg lettuce or something.
I guess so.
And you know what? Iceberg, Goldberg, all those Jews are the same to me.
Hey!
Hello! Greeley police responded to 30th Street on a report of a homeowner threatening to kill an apartment maintenance worker. The caller reportedly heard the homeowner shouting, "Death or penance!" Wait, I can't read this. Death or penance at the worker.
Wow, well, there you go. I like it.
I guess they have penance envy.
Wow, death or penance. That's a big... Penance would be preferable to death, I would think.
Usually, yeah.
Oh, it must have been a condo.
Although not for Galileo.
It must have been a condo or co-op, and the guy was coming to fix something, and the guy... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I don't wear condos, so I...
No, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe he didn't want him to fix whatever.
But death or penance, that's quite biblical.
That's a biblical guy.
You know he's an RNC voter there.
Well, he's old school. He's just old school.
Speaking of old school, Frank Welch, a beet field employee near Cutter...
A friend of Snooty.
I'm sorry, Kuhner.
A friend of Snooty.
Frank
Snooty
Beats, that's
loves
right.
Beets, yeah.
Yeah, he can't be beat.
Yeah.
Was arrested in Cheyenne for destroying his ex-wife's furniture. Now, she was gone from her home in Cheyenne when a neighbor reported loud noises in the house. Police found Welch hiding under the house.
when he sits around the house, he really
sits around the house. And inside the house, all the furniture had been destroyed. He is now in a Cheyenne jail.
Wow. Didn't the one from TLC did that to her boyfriend? He had a multi-million-dollar home.
Oh, no.
And she came in, I think she saw him with another woman or something. She set the house to fire.
Good Lord.
And yeah,
that's illegal.
She's dead now, yeah, but...
Oh,
But,
wait a minute. Are we talking about Big Ange?
No, TLC. The group.
Who died? Who?
The girls. She's dead a long time ago. But she said she really didn't mean to burn down the house. She was just burning his clothes in the bathtub.
Yeah.
And she thought the bathtub would contain the fire.
Watch out. There is a fire in the tub. Ooh, baby. I'll get revenge on you. Burning down the house.
Can anybody say...
That was a long way to that pun.
Can anybody say insurance policy? Yeah.
Oh, that too. Yeah, you won't bump up our insurance policy. Why not?
Because to me, you're worth more alive.
Yeah, but I could die. I have people listening to this radio show, any of whom could kill. I'm going to have 100 students.
I don't know.
In the fall. Some of them are going to hate me.
Probably if you keep spitting.
Yeah. Some of them are going to want to come after me,
it's
by
not
middle of
true.
semester.
Listen, nobody has that much attachment.
I hope not.
They don't. I mean, people want to learn, and this is what you never understand. I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
It's the energy. If people give you energy and they put in effort and want to learn, great.
Yeah.
And if they put in little effort, then they get little effort. That's what life is,
Yeah.
You can't reward bad
but
behaviors.
some
and you have to encourage good
people
ones.
go crazy.
It's rare.
Of course, it's rare. Thank God it's rare.
And
and that's the thing. The RNC, the Republican Convention, was all about trying to show that it's not rare, that we're spinning off into chaos. Because we report suddenly every other day.
This is a sociological principle that...
Yeah.
It's like with HIV or an epidemic or like, when there was like witch
Hangnail.
trials. Witch trials. Or anything like Zika. What you do with people is you control people by thoughts. So you say, this is a terrible threat. Like, the common cold is a terrible threat. And, blah, blah, blah. And then you build it up. And then you make all these kind of scary commercials. And then that's what you do. You make fear in people. Mm-hmm. There's a whole... One reader I used to use years ago was great because it talked about all the hysterical movements about women, men, like how people just, went crazy.
I had a hysterical movement this morning.
Oh.
I was wiping for like 2 minutes. Yeah.
David, that's disgusting. read your stuff.
No, but you're right. They're using the fear tactic to say.
I really don't want to
talk about that. I know.
Yeah.
But this idea of it's just about insurance. I mean, one of us could go, and if we do.
You just sell the possessions and have a good life.
What possessions do we own?
The house.
I have 350 potatoes.
Sell them.
Yeah, and we'll get about $240.
We probably owe people money.
Probably, that's right. You'll be like, my husband's dead, and they're like, I will take this off your hands if you give me $3.5.
Remember, our friend found one in a thrift store. We didn't
that
have
was so nice of her.
Yeah, I know.
Yay. All right. Also arrested yesterday were Paul King and James Strong of Greeley. They were joyriding in their auto. What just fell?
I don't know.
They went joyriding in their auto and stopped beside another car on 13th Street.
Oh, nice.
The men jumped out of their vehicle and started deflating the tires of the auto next to them. That's what happened to my tire.
There you go.
Yeah. I had to get a second new tires yesterday. The men, when the auto's driver shouted at them, they threw a lantern at him.
Clink.
Hitting him in the head. Yeah, can we have a lantern sound effect, please?
I don't know if we have one. Okay.
That's a big lantern. It's more like
this
a fire
is your
call.
favorite one. Wait, this will be done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
you liked it.
I guess it's a gas-powered lantern. So they hit him in the head with a lantern. They're now in the Greeley jail.
Oh, no.
You know, I...
Ow!
Sorry. Move your foot! I keep stepping on Joyce's
I'm stepping on you
I'm
now.
taking off my sneakers. All right, there
You're
we go.
hurting me bad with those. You got first. It's like
Ow.
it's like being in a thunderstorm. You're spitting all over me and you're stepping on me. Oh my God.
Oh, but that's a terrible thing about hitting people like that in the car. It's like I just hate these drive-by lanternings.
So I do too.
Yeah. How's Snooty doing?
He's good.
Cool. Two of the Manatees. I think that's Snooty on the right, isn't he?
The big fat one. See,
yeah.
Snooty's got the pot belly like we do. He's middle-aged.
Gotta bring Snooty a weight. He's more than middle-aged.
Snooty does need Weight Watchers. I don't know how they'd weigh him though.
Although
Whoa!
actually,
Look at him. What's he? Oh, he's eating. Look, he's eating. Look.
Oh yeah, because there's all this foliage on top of the tank.
They must have given him some kelp. He's eating. See?
Yay!
He doesn't like to eat from the bottom of the tank. He kind of floats up.
Oh, yeah, turn off the iTunes.
We're playing Bad Liver and a Broken Heart. What the frick is that?
Classic Tom Waits number, but it's not on mic. It's just
Okay. And when you talk later, don't play the classical music under what you say. It's very hard to hear the difference.
Is it really? It sounds great when I play it.
No, it doesn't. On the air, it's hard to hear.
I'll keep it really low.
It's very hard to distinguish what you're saying. You're more distracted by the music.
Got it.
It's more distracting than synergistic.
Ooh, okay. Greeley police were called to 10th Street on a report of a frantic woman. Oh, get the frantic woman voice. Oh, I thought you were going to do the...
Oh, okay. First she's yelling. Wait.
There you go. The Molang noises. Wow. Yeah. That was Melania Trump's real speech. A frantic woman calling a towing company saying she wanted her vehicle towed away.
Wow.
Because she didn't need it anymore.
That's nice.
Yeah. I would call the cops if that were a big deal.
No, but you could donate it. You know that.
Of course. Yeah. Radio stations usually want your... As a matter of fact, we've been having trouble with our van here, apparently, at UNCRadio.com. So if you want to donate a working vehicle... probably
they can't donate a vehicle to school.
Why not?
Because you have to buy it has to be a certain safety code and all that.
Yeah.
And it has to be a van from the university, and they maintain it. You can't just donate.
Really?
No.
All right.
Do you even use your brain head?
So if somebody wanted to donate, if we still bothered with record albums, people couldn't do that?
Yeah, but not a car.
Oh, okay. Oh, license and title? and all that?
Yeah.
So maybe donate to our general manager or programming director directly.
I think some of these local car companies lend cars to, like, the athletic people and stuff.
Well, yeah, of course, the sports get everything.
You could get it, too.
Yeah, maybe that's why you got a Title IX. No, but kidding.
No, that's different.
It's an NCAA thing.
I'm going to get you a tricycle.
Yeah, oh, boy!
How about the UNC Radio tricycle?
You know what would be great? Like that little tricycle that Artie Johnson used to ride on Laugh-In.
Of course. And then you get like a little fax as UNC Radio.
And they're so cheap, we get a bunch for all the people on the board of UNC Radio.
And that people ride it back and forth.
Yeah, to events and things?
No, just into class, you know.
Or on I-25?
For class.
There should be a tricycle lane. On I-25.
There's a bicycle lane.
No, tricycle lane.
You could ride a tricycle in a bicycle
You probably
lane.
could, yeah. No, I don't think there is one on I-25. There couldn't be. It's a 65-mile-an-hour highway.
I don't know.
Wow.
I can't look it up because you'll yell at me and you'll start spitting.
They could have a very thin unicycle lane. That would be excellent. Let's pay attention to this.
Pay attention to the show. Megalomania.
Megalomaniac. And he's reading the Greeley Crimes. Greeley police responded to C Street. Didn't even know we had a C Street.
ABCD.
I almost had a C-section. But
no, you didn't. You're a boy.
Yes, I know that there. Okay. When a caller complained that people were using visitor parking to do drugs and have sex.
What?
I should get to know C Street.
Wait, where was this?
29th Avenue and C Street.
I'm going to figure out where this is.
Yeah. Get the Google Map thing or that image of the where they take video or live shots of the street. So it's the 2900 block of C. What's the matter?
I don't know.
Of C Street for people.
So 29th.
And C.
Why is it?
C Street in Greeley, of course. Okay. Sorry.
You know I can't type. You could talk.
Yeah, well, we're trying to find where that is. It's over... I'm trying to say where it is. It's over by 29th Avenue and C Street is where it is.
Let's go deeper.
Well, that's what they were doing in the car, babe. Joyce just said, let's go deeper.
What is
Kind of hard to do the joke when you have to explain what the setup for the joke was after you've already told the punchline. But anyway...
Doesn't say.
Well, there's apparently a parking lot there that gets more action than,
I don't know what it is.
You know, folks, some people go to the Riviera. Some book a fancy hotel in Las Vegas. But in Greeley, we have 29th Avenue and C in your car. That's hot. Do you see anything?
No, it's just houses.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's an apartment there with a parking lot behind it.
Just houses.
I mean, wait, but that's 29th and 17th over there. Where's the, yeah.
Oh, that's way.
All right, Joyce is trying to find this on the computer. REET, good. There we go.
Shush.
Isn't there a family medicine thing? No, maybe.
A Catholic church?
That'd be extra hot. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. It's obviously it's a strip mall of stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll drive by there today. We'll go down C Street and see what's there.
I don't want to go.
I want to see. I'll take a camera.
I don't want to go there. I'm scared.
Well, blackmail people doing the nasty.
I don't want to see nothing like that.
We can get some drugs. You want some drugs?
I don't do drugs.
We can get some Afrin.
I don't believe in drugs.
Anyway,
Whoa! Look at the crowd for Snoots.
Wouldn't it be cool though if like the neighborhood did up 29th and C as if it were a honeymoon suite? So that people came there to have a nice time, do drugs, and have sex in the car. There'd be like mirrors on the lampposts, and
but you don't want that's horrible.
They could drape the traffic cones in red velvet. It's like come to 29th and C for the romantic vacation of your life, folks.
I don't think people who have businesses there want that. That's horrible. It ruins your business.
Well, they're not probably doing it right in the broad daylight.
How do you know?
You know, you're right. I should go there. We should go there together. You know. Bring a little blanket.
I'm not getting in the car to you, crazy man.
Bring a bottle of Arizona tea and go to town.
No.
You sure?
No.
You could bend me over the trunk and
bring
do
a manatee.
No, all right.
It's disgusting. You're crazy.
There's nothing disgusting about having sex in a car.
You don't live in that parking lot. That's not your home.
True.
I think it's hobos.
Oh, could be.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing while waiting for their stew.
Oh, God.
Greeley police responded to 63rd Avenue, all the way up there, on a report of a wild turkey running all over the place and pooping on everything.
We don't have a turkey noise.
Oh, that's okay. That is a crazy turkey. Yeah. Gobble, gobble. Look at the size of Snooty now. Wow. He's huge. We're just keeping distracted by the Snooty tank, so.
That's nice, though. At least, did they get the turkey?
I guess not, or not yet. Maybe he was our turkey. I haven't seen him. We had a turkey in our complex roaming around towards where our bird sanctuary is.
I think he had some Thanksgiving bad events going on with them.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, he escaped. Yeah. So now he's running around getting his revenge by pooping on everything.
Wow.
Greeley police were called to 5th Street.
Okay.
On a report of a Spanish-speaking man getting threatened by a Spanish learning company to enroll in their class or they have him deported.
Oh, my God.
Boy, oh, boy.
What kind of world? You have to register for
a Spanish learning class. He's already Spanish. He already.
No, but they want him to probably learn this stuff, like their citizenship. That's.
Yeah. I'm telling you, our Hispanic Studies department is getting so desperate for students now.
Oh God, or he'll be deported. That's illegal. You
can't
can't threaten deportation.
Yeah. All they will call you is be deportee.
My favorite thing was at the roller rink. Our friend saw a kid wearing a shirt. He said, "I only look illegal." It's like the counter movement to like the threatening status. It was really interesting.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we're doing Greeley Crimes Old Times, by the way, here on Dave's Gone By.
Let me do the thing. Hold on, I can do it again.
Okay, yeah. Go look for Midtown.
It takes me time.
There you go. Double click and.
Oh no. I love that music, David.
It's from Tom Waits' Rain Dogs album, by the way.
It's such a good choice.
Because it's just crime. Dark, heavy crime.
Or
for example, two Pierce boys.
What?
Yeah, apparently.
Pierce the town. Yeah.
Ages 14 and 15 were driving to Fort Morgan.
What? How do you drive to Fort Morgan when you're 14?
14 or 15. And stopping along the way to pick up discarded whiskey bottles.
Recycling.
They would kind of. They would drink whatever was left in each bottle, then throw it in the back of the buggy to sell in Fort Morgan. I guess.
I'm trying to figure this out. Go ahead.
However, the boys were found along the road. Their buggy stopped and both passed out in the back. They were turned.
Spring break.
Well, the parents got custody. They were turned over to the parents, who were not happy about the situation. Wow. A drunken joyride to Fort Morgan. They should have just gone to 29th and Avenue C. They have a lot more fun there, I'll tell you.
Some things are eternal about kids,
True indeed. Greeley police responded to 21st and 9th Avenue on a report of a man standing in the middle of the road yelling, "Let's do this! My bloods will get you."
Did he say my bloods, meaning plural or singular?
I mean, it almost sounds like a gang reference, but no, bloods. Like Crips and or whatever, my friends, my homies, my English teachers. I don't know what he meant. But standing in the middle of the road, doesn't say whether he was specifically talking to anyone.
Was there anyone present?
That's maybe there was. I'll bet he was talking to chicken. Oh, no, the runaround turkey.
Probably.
That could be it.
Here's what happened.
Tee. Greeley police responded to a fast food restaurant over on 10th Street.
Wait, okay, 10th Street.
Yeah, it's not the place I ate at yesterday, because I was on 8th. So, 29th Avenue and 10th. A lot of things happening on 29th.
Yeah, wow. That's the place to be.
On a report of a shirtless man.
Oh, God.
Angrily hitting things with a stick. And punching himself and the wall.
Wow, that's bad.
The caller said they couldn't make out most of what the man was yelling, but he heard the F word a lot.
Well, remember we heard bagpipes, too. Didn't we hear bagpipes that day?
Well, wait, that was right outside a restaurant or some guy. But no, this is some shirtless man hitting things with a stick.
Wow.
And cursing a lot.
There you go.
The thing is, what words would you expect a shirtless man hitting things with a stick to be saying?
That might have been the guy who said repent or whatever. He might have then gotten
that may be the repent dude.
I think so. I think he's diversifying his approach.
Either that or it's Cartman with phony Tourette's.
Oh, that was bad.
That episode was genius. I never saw it before. And we watched it this week, and I was just on the floor.
I hope it didn't give you another hernia.
I hope so, too.
I think the South Park movie gave you the first hernia.
Yeah. Maybe. Well, actually, that wasn't even my first hernia. That was my second. I had one when I was a child. God knows what gave me that.
Probably seeing the mobile above your crib.
That could do it.
I think that did it to you, yeah.
Because I used to, for kicks, I used to tie the end of my penis to the mobile.
You probably just played with your poop, I think you have some diaper issues that have gone on your whole life. So
Absolutely, yes.
I think it began
Fecal philia, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I guess it's the fecal point of my art.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Okay, anywho. The Platteville
Oh, my Lord.
Town Board
Yell much?
refused the local motion picture owner permission to show 3 movies per week.
Wow.
He already has 2 picture shows per week, and the board decided that 3 would be too much time off for amusement for the citizens of Platteville.
Wow. Is that like 3 is like 10 plus 1 or something?
Yeah, and we wonder why Greeley has 2 movie theaters and no legitimate theaters today.
We have
This
more
is
than
the
2
town we
theaters.
live in, huh?
We have more than 2.
Do we really? Mm-hmm. Well, we have the Greeley Mall. Mm-hmm. We've got the movie, The Crest,
is
of course.
Is there the Cinemark or that one out?
I thought that was the Greeley Mall.
No, there's another one.
All right, so maybe we have 3. Count them. 3. Well, 2 of them are multiplexes, to be fair. But we're a giant city, and I think we have 3 movie theaters and no legit theaters, barring Little Theater of the Rockies, which I'll talk about later. But anyway, Greeley movie theaters.
The Christ Bell Theaters.
Yeah. Cinemark and the Crest. That's
thought
it.
There was another one.
Maybe there's one all the way up west, or maybe in Evans.
That's true.
So.
Look, it looks pretty.
Yeah. I wish we had a real old revival theater.
Yeah.
I would. That's another thing I would do if I had $1 million and
What does it
didn't worry
mean?
about money so much. Like, the Crest is great because they play art films and sort of more independent films to an extent, and they'll do like crowd-pleasing late-night kind of movies
Rocky
of come see. Yeah, you're right, like Rocky again, and do that. But they're not doing Kurosawa and Fellini festivals. And I would love to have a movie theater that did that in this town. I don't even know if they have that in Denver, but it would be nice. They're doing, in Denver, they're having a silent movie.
What is it
thing.
called?
They're showing like 3. One is a Buster Keaton, one is maybe a Chaplin with live piano accompaniment.
Oh, you saw that somewhere, right?
Yeah, they have a poster for it in our local library, but it's in Denver. Silent movie. Silent Film Festival 2016. That is something I would love, even though you can see these movies now on friggin' YouTube. There's something about going into a movie theater, seeing one with people.
Ooh.
The Blot and a House to... this is actually different.
Dotable Day. Is that what I'm thinking of?
Oh, they're doing Phantom.
Is this the one?
This is different. This is on May 1st. They're going to be having... was on May 1st. Oh, well.
I'm sorry. What am I looking for?
Oh, Fritz Lang film. They're having... It's not so much even a festival. They're doing 3 silent comedies.
Okay, silent.
In Denver. And I think it's in August something. Yeah, we're just checking this on the computer to see when it is. On August something. So, yeah. So
I
see.
like the Mac keyboard, but it's too different. It's bringing up events and screening.
But everything is
Here you go. Silent film.
Charlie Chaplin Comedy Festival. Maybe August 21st.
Is that it? London, England.
Oh, I would love to just go around the country seeing silent movies.
Let's do it.
They're doing something in Huntington with Ben Modell, our guest in the neighborhood.
Oh, nice.
Ben is the piano accompanist and archivist of silent film. God bless him.
I can't type. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's fine. It's fine. We don't have to.
I'm sorry.
It's not really anyway. It's Denver.
Comedy night?
Maybe try that one. Comedy night on August 21st. Here we go. The Rocky Mountain chapter of what?
No, this is Zookeepers. We do not want to see Zookeepers making jokes.
No, not really.
For $60 though, it's
$60.
You could do it.
What, $60 to watch a couple of movies? Are you kidding me?
Zookeepers telling jokes.
Okay.
I remember the llama. I remember the llama when he was a baby. Ha! National Silent Film Festival.
Yeah. It's difficult to tell a llama joke because you have a hump to get over.
There's nothing in August. I think you hallucinated it.
I probably hallucinated. Well, next time you're in the public library, there's a poster
you're
on the board.
You're banned from the library.
I know. I do naughty things in open
stacks. And I told
stacks.
you, the good part is when you teach at UNC or you're a student, you can drop off your library books at Michener or Skinner. And the great part is you can get High Plains library books at Michener, which I love.
Really convenient.
I love it. I love the library.
Yeah, but you never use the High Plains library. All you use is Michener or
and now a lot of
Skinner.
my subject librarian gets a lot of stuff that's also on the interwebs, so I get the ebook.
Oh well, that you can get anywhere. You can get that.
Ow!
Ooh, you okay?
I think I broke my knee. Okay.
That's not good. Okay.
Are we going to go to Chautauqua?
Watch your language. What's Chautauqua?
Chautauqua, the thing, but there's one Chautauqua.
We can go to the Chautauquarium
They have
and watch Snooty.
Buster Keaton Chautauqua.
That may be it.
That's it.
When is it? When is that?
I don't know. June 1st.
Well, then we missed it.
Film
So why is it
series.
still up on the... Oh,
I don't know anything. It's
All right,
a
here we
comedy
go.
night at the Denver Zoo.
Oh, maybe it's Boulder?
What the heck is that?
Don't.
Tocala. What is that?
Just exit. That's the advertising for the newspaper, Westward.
I'm sorry.
Go down.
It's broken. Chautauqua Film
and rediscovered feature Daughters of Dawn.
Yeah,
Sounds naughty.
No, it's two chicks. You know.
You mean exactly? Do they shower together and stuff?
Daughters of Dawn. No, it's probably some symbol.
Do they shower with dishwashing liquid
look,
all over
it's
them?
got
No.
Look.
What? Show me. What? Show me.
Look, little animals. Goldilocks.
Okay.
That's today.
Shall I? Yeah, that is. Or tomorrow is. Well, they're doing wait. Go down. There's some silent movies. For Heaven's Sake, with Harold Lloyd, and number please, 2 Harold
that
Lloyd
looks
shows.
Good.
But it's all Denver.
No, this is Boulder, Dave.
Oh, Boulder.
This
Sorry,
is
Boulder.
Chautauqua.
Yeah.
Real rock.
Chautauqua, man.
We have a Chautauqua bass too.
Wait. Go back up slowly, please.
Okay.
Go down. Go down. One more. A little more. Stop. No more. Sorry. One more. Down. Stop.
Oh.
What the? Please click on the thing on the left. Not the penguins.
Oh, the penguins are cute.
No, I don't care about that. There's something called Evil Cheesy Rides Again. What the hell?
Here you go. Read it.
Please, no, you read.
It says, you know the story of Evel Knievel, but do you know the legend of Evil Cheesy? Rebel, outlaw, daredevil, loner, loser, crazy, finished. Local Boulder stunt legend Terry Cheeseborough has been called all of them since his stint as an illegal street jumper in the streets of Boulder. Wow. He's coming back from the 70s.
30 devastating years later. Can Terry Cheeseborough once again don his cape and return to the streets he wandered to become evil cheesy one last time? Oh, it's a movie, thank God. Yeah, hopefully he's not going to be jumping over stuff.
And let's just go see the penguins.
Yeah, okay, penguins are cute.
Chautauqua.
Yeah. All right, anyway. It's 10:06 in the morning. Mountain time here at the University of Northern Colorado, where we are doing Greeley Crimes and Old Times. A couple more left.
I'm going to want me to do them again.
Oh, yeah, go to you know what to do. Go to iTunes. Midtown is right there. First of all, stop it. Make sure that's
Hammer time.
stopped. And then double-click Midtown. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da.
You know, David, this morning we could have used our buy one, get one waffle coupon for a local coffee place.
We can do that later.
It's morning time, I think.
Well, I'll be off here by at least 3:30 in the afternoon.
No, you're being conservative, huh?
Ta-ha-ha. We're doing, by the way, the Dave's Gone By radio program of the year. It's 10:07 in the morning. You're listening to us. Well, you're not really listening to us on uncradio.com. That should be our station homepage.
It's the server.
Yeah. The problem is that our uncradio.com regular page, the place where you normally would click to listen to the show.
To make sure.
Do it.
I'm checking it. Okay. Check yourself.
The link has been broken for the past couple of weeks. But there are other ways, as you know, if you're listening, to get this program. You've got to go to our server room page and then just click listen. If you knew that because you probably got my email or you got our Dave postings on Facebook.
The voice of
Now, if you know people who would like this show, who would appreciate what Joyce and I are doing, and the other stuff that's coming up later in the show, an interview with Austin Pendleton, for gosh sakes, Bob Dylan music, funny songs about conventions and manatees.
Look, hold on, look.
Oh, let's see. When did that happen? Maybe it works now.
Yeah, I think that's why they were here. I'm going to play it, okay?
Well, it'll feed back maybe. Let's see what'll happen. Is it...
I can't tell.
It might be, but hold on. We have to listen to feedback. Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. We probably have to test this later. So you can test it at home. uncradio.com. At least there's something to click, which there wasn't before. But it doesn't seem to be. That should probably turn into a plaything, and it's not. Or is it? No. Well, except that seems to be, maybe. Yeah. It's very possible, but problem is, it's really hard for us to check here. But maybe by next week, everything will be working. Because they're really, once the students come back in late August, we're going to get a lot more people at this radio station. We'll be back up to speed. There'll be tons of different shows on here, not just mine on Saturday morning, but actual tons of students at UNC doing their radio programs, which is what this station really is all about. Oh, no. And in ramping up for that, they're going to get all the microphones working again. They're going to make sure all the microphones are going into the board. We're going to get some new furniture in here, and they'll deal with our server and streaming
I'll check it
issues.
out at the office, because maybe I can...
Great. Yeah. But anyway, let's finish up Greeley Crimes Old Times here on this Saturday, July 23rd, 2016, our 567th episode of the program. We're calling it Austin City Limits in honor of our guest, Austin Pendleton. Well, Greeley Crimes.
Holy crap, David, what is that?
Oh, the Manatees are, what, the little
is
orange
that a
cone?
diver?
Where? Oh my God, what is that thing?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
They have like an exploratory tube.
No, it's a tube with food. Look, Snooty's coming to the camera. They want to bring him to the camera.
Hey, Snoots, happy birthday.
Look, he's eating kelp and going for more food.
You know, that would be one of Manatees.
Is he a relative?
What's on his head?
That's just a coloring, Snooty.
Oh.
He's going the wrong way
Come
around.
on, Blumpus. No, he'll come right across the camera now. I'll betcha. Come on, Snooty. Come on, Snooty. You little cutie. Oh, look, he turn around.
He's coming. He goes slow.
He's munching. He's munching his kelp. Oh, boy. What a horrible, depressing life I live that this is exciting to me.
I think it's beautiful. You love animals.
I do. Other people's animals.
Okay, so you read that and when...
All right, here we go.
Stop ragging on our animals. You know, you're such an evil man.
Oh, thank you, darling.
You are.
You just called me a beautiful person. Now you're saying I'm evil.
Look, here he comes.
I'm evil cheesy.
Look, here he comes.
Yay, Snooty!
He's got kelp in his mouth, and he's getting more kelp.
That's not his mouth, hon. No, just kidding. Yay, Snoots. What's he doing? He's swimming by a giant pipe, and now
he's eating. See, look, he's eating.
Yeah, well, he's hungry.
He's eating his kelp.
I forget what it was. We read last week just how much food they eat in a day. It's quite a lot. It's all vegetarian.
Yeah, he does have something weird. Maybe that's his birthday hat.
Oh, yeah. A head bump. He didn't usually have that. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Snooty has this weird curlicue thing on his head. And it's freaking me out a little bit. Unless it's... You think it's lettuce?
Could be. Look at him eating.
Oh, go Snoots.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Eat like a manatee. It's your birthday. Look at... Oh, well, look. He's got good
He's
dexterity.
grabbing on the thing, yeah. I'm a manatee. Aw. Happy birthday to Snoot, da 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 da. Happy birthday to Snoot, da 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 da. You're big and fat, and we love you just like that.
He ate all of it. Oh, no, there's some left.
Oh, he's still eating more.
Oh,
Happy
God.
68th birthday to Snoo, to Snoo, to Snoo. Happy birthday. Happy
After
birthday.
we do the Greeley Crimes Old Times, when I go to leave, I want to hear a manatee song, okay?
Well, I can't because in between here and Gunter, you won't be able to hear the station.
No, but when
anyway.
I want to listen when I'm done to walk out, I want to hear some before I go.
All right, we can...
Give me some more Crimes and Old Times.
Okay, Greeley Crimes Old Times. Let's finish this baby up. Greeley police responded to a convenience store over on 9th Street.
9th and 29th?
No, this one was on 14th Avenue and 9th Street. On a report of a man approaching people and staring at them for too long.
Some enchanted evening. You will meet a stranger. You should go to Cost Plus Food. Cost Plus Food plus stalking.
Yeah. Stock plus food. I like that. Hey, you know, I'm going to be teaching, obviously, in the fall. I keep mentioning that. So are you.
You're obsessed with it.
But I'm teaching English Comp, right?
Yeah.
Spelling counts.
Ooh.
I try to convince my kids of this. Spelling counts.
Mm-hmm.
A Lucerne man named James McGarden wrote a letter to the chief of police in Cheyenne.
Oh, no.
And
Why is he writing to Cheyenne?
Because there's probably no jobs here.
Yeah.
Asking to be hired as a detective during the rodeo days.
look
Oh, my
how-
God, look at Snooty.
Snooty. Oh, look at him.
Wow. Well, he's so huge.
He's cute, though.
I
Come
love
on.
him.
He's
Love him.
adorable.
Okay, so this guy wrote to the chief of police of Cheyenne asking to be hired for their rodeo days as a detective.
Why do you write the police? Oh, because he wants to
be a detective, okay. Or, as I like to say, a private dick. Mm-hmm. So, the chief did not hire him. Oh, wait. Why?
Why?
A couple of problems. In his letter, he called the police chief chef.
Oh, when I was at Mount Sinai, they did that. The chief of it was embarrassing. So I got it. You know, I invert my I's and E's. So I look at it and it says chief, a chef. It's all wrong. And then I go and I'm embarrassed and I don't want to tell the CFO or the CEO that.
Understand, this is on the letterhead that they're going to be using.
No, that they are using because we were doing a grant, so we needed a letter of support from the head of the whole shebang. And so we get the letter, and then I was embarrassed, and I said to our ex-commissioner of health, who was my boss, and he said, you should go tell him. I said, I don't want to. And he said, we'll have the secretary tell his secretary.
Okay, yeah.
And then he called back and said, who found that error? And then he said that I got to me, and then I got a call saying thank you. Yeah. You know, that we've been using this because he was a newly elected chief.
Newly elected chef.
And I looked and I said, well, the only reason I know is because I'm such a terrible speller that I invert letters, and I inverted it the correct way, which means it was written backward.
Yeah. Or just missing it. Yeah. But this guy who wrote to the chef of police in Cheyenne.
Maybe he was writing to the chef of police.
Maybe he wanted to cook for them.
Firemen are good cooks.
And he referred to Frontier Days as Frontier Days. 3 words. FRONTTEAR.
Compound word, baby. Compound word. Don't make one word into 2.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
He made one word into 2.
He compounded his error.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he was not hired, and no one in Lucerne had ever heard of James McGarden.
I bet you it was some kind
Maybe they were spelling it James McGraden.
I bet you it's some kind of, what do you call it, a hobo. I bet you it's a hobo who wrote that.
Why does Snooty have a B attached to his head? What is that?
I think they're scars.
But he never had that before. He wouldn't have gotten scarred in the tank.
Maybe he has skin cancer.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll ask what's with Snooty's head.
Now, Snooty has indentations on his side from skin infections that he had treated years ago. But, yeah, what's up with Snooty's forehead, or whatever head? Probably got to put Manatee on there. Let's see. Oh, Google's taking a moment here. There we go. Because I was watching Snooty yesterday. I don't recall seeing that at all.
Whoa.
What, babe?
He's 1,197 pounds. Oh, and he's only 9 feet. His BMI must be like 1,000.
And I would have assumed he was a ton, but he's not. He's half a ton.
He's a ton of fun.
Oh, yeah. He can consume 70 to 80 pounds of herbs a day. Lettuce, carrots, kale, cabbage, broccoli, sweet potatoes, and apples. Yay. Yay, snoots. Anyway.
I'm looking. I don't know what's wrong with his head.
Yeah, they should have a Q&A on his birthday, like somebody answering messages and things like that. So
he's got a Pinterest site.
Oh, he's got a Pinterest site.
Good
yay.
God.
Well, yay. Let's see. Oh, look at the pictures of
I love geek lettuce. David, look at this. Oh, this is adorable. Don't shut me out. Do you want a Snooty shirt?
If it's a good shirt, and it's probably $30 per shirt.
I think they put something on his head for the birthday because his head's normal.
Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah.
Maybe that's like a hat.
That could be.
Well, look at that. That's got a little something on.
Maybe he's got a snood. He's wearing a Snooty snood. Because he's a snoodist.
I don't think so. I hate they make me log
Pinterest,
in.
Yeah.
Poopers.
Okay. Anyway, we're never going to get through the crime thing. Here we go. Where are we?
I'm looking at his head. He's got something there, see?
I think that's just the light playing a trick there.
Maybe it's the light. Maybe he's got some male pattern baldness.
Joyce is saying maybe he's got some male pattern baldness.
Cute.
All right.
Oh. How cute is that, Snooty?
Greeley police.
Oh, don't see this. He's so naughty with the thing. Look at that.
Oh, dear.
Don't look at that.
I told you it was a dildo.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Snooty.
Get that manatee action
Look
going.
at how everybody's leaving him now. That's sad.
Oh. Well, no, there's still people. There's a ton of people. They're going to be there until 2 o'clock Florida time, Eastern time, for the party, the Snooty and the Manatee party. Yay.
Snootsville, okay.
All right. Greeley police responded to North 35th Avenue.
North
35th Avenue.
Okay.
On a report of a neighbor threatening the caller, telling her, quote, "I'll make you more of a cripple than you already are." Because we're so politically correct here in town.
That's horrible. I'll make you more of a cripple than you already
are, yeah.
That's offensive. But that's a threat.
Well, yeah, kind of.
That is a threat.
Although, if somebody is crippled, you can't really make them more...
Oh, yes, you can.
How can you make a person more
It's like they used to say, I have HIV, how can I get worse? And, like,
Yeah.
you can get a more virulent strain. You can always get worse.
So if I see someone in the wheelchair and kick them in the shins...
Of course.
Oh, okay, I could do that.
It's bad.
I guess.
That's just terrible. I don't want to hear that. That's
All right,
upsetting.
okay. How about this one? Denver Police Department's ace pistol shooter came to Greeley this week.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
There we go. So the Denver, what do you call it? The pistol shooter, the Denver, what do they call it? Crack shot,
Yeah.
came to Greeley to teach Greeley officers how to handle their weapons.
Oh, no.
However, when the three of them shot at targets, both the Greeley officers, Burkhart and Martin, outshot the Denver expert.
Whoa.
Well, they were aiming at an unarmed black guy. So
That's awful. That's bad. But remember we saw that one, it was a horrible ATF or whatever, ATV, whatever it was like some tactical squad in a school, and the guy has this long gun, and he's showing them how to handle a gun, and he shoots himself in the leg.
Oh, that was, yes. That's
like,
one of the classics of all time, yeah.
When you're touted as a safety person or an expert person, those words are not to be given out lightly.
True.
You know?
Absolutely. I mean, the guy probably was an okay shot. It's just these guys were, probably used to hunting food and
no, but what I'm saying is, then don't say you're an
immigrants.
expert. Just say you're going to help them. Don't be like, I'm the star.
I know. Did you know that? Oh.
Hobo alert?
No, other. Very important. Chicken alert! Chicken alert! Chicken alert! Clifford Acker of Carr has been losing chickens from his hen house the last few days.
Oh, no.
So he put out a trap to catch what he believed was a fox that he thought was taking them.
Yeah.
However, he caught the chicken thief.
Who was it?
And it was...
His son.
No. Keep guessing.
His dog?
No.
His wife?
Nope.
A hobo?
No.
A chicken?
No.
Someone from Chautauqua?
No.
Tom Waits?
It is a prickly sort.
Prickly? Mm-hmm. A skunk?
Close.
Hedgehog?
Close.
A pufferfish?
Oh, no.
Mulang and Pew Pew?
It wasn't Pew Pew, no.
Mulang.
No, it wasn't Mulang.
Who's prickly? A possum?
Still close.
Porcupine.
Yes. Apparently,
wow.
a porcupine was going after his chickens. Oh.
Well, you have the Golden Corral, and the porcupine had those chickens.
And Acker is keeping the animal for exhibition.
What the heck is wrong with people? Hey, look, everyone, I got a porcupine.
You know what? I'll keep the porcupine now, and I always quill.
Hold on. Here you go with that one.
That's comedy right there. Okay, last one. Are you ready for our final
Wait.
Greeley
A
crime?
call's coming in. Is this Greeley Police? Is this this Greeley Police?
Yes, ma'am. How may we help you?
I'd like to report some comedy offenses.
Oh, we get those all the time. Does this involve Dave Lefkowitz and his radio program?
Oh, yes, sir.
What would be the offense this time?
He needs to repent. Well, I'm going to get my people after him.
You know, he hasn't even pented once, so for him to repent would be rather difficult.
Who needs Chautauqua?
You know what, let's end it there. That is Greeley Crimes Old Times for this week.
Yeah.
July 23rd, 2016, in El Neighborhood. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, here with my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. Please remember that we could not do this radio program without the wonderful auspices of the folks who support this radio station. That includes the Student Council, that gives us money, and our sponsors. Delicious, yummy sponsors. Blackjack Pizza. For those who love pizza, they have amazing deals in a couple of different locations in Greeley, including one right on campus over by 16th Street.
It's near campus. It's not on campus. That's not our campus.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
16th and 10th is not our campus.
Well, it's right near Fraser Hall, the back of Fraser, ain't it?
No, you got to walk a little further.
Oh, that's no, it's near the library. It's near Skinner Library.
But a little further.
Little further off. But it's still really, really close. It's one of the closest
They
places.
deliver. If you're lazy and you're sitting somewhere in your dorm, they deliver.
So what would be something that you would order from Blackjack Pizza, babe? You being a vegetarian.
I like their vegetable pizza.
Ooh, okay. I'm
you
sure
can get one with all the veggie toppings. You go on the website.
Yeah. Find Blackjack Pizza's website for Greeley, Colorado, or give them a call, 970-356-2500, 356-2500. Now, you might do that because
I like the vegetable
vegetarian. For other people who like other things, including our chicken alert, maybe they caught that porcupine. Maybe that porcupine just liked the breasts and other things, but he gave the wings to the Wing Shack, ladies and gentlemen. 2 different locations in Greeley.
He couldn't have because the Wing Shack uses non-GMO treated chickens.
That's right. They
and
use
years
only the
ago,
best.
they probably gave them some GMOs.
There were tons of it.
Yeah, I'm
Just
sure.
to pump it full of chicken.
That was their basic staple of food.
But now they use grain-fed, free-range chickens, and they do.
They have very clever ads too. They make
really.
Like Wing Shack University and stuff.
Yeah,
they make very funny ads. Yeah, they're very funny.
So support them because they support this radio station and because they make delicious boned and boneless wings and all kinds of different dipping sauces. They are. They're over in Garden City, over on 8th Street, or 8th Avenue, excuse me. Yeah.
So what did the one close that was on 8th and 16th? 8th and...
No, they're on 8th Avenue over by 20-something Street.
Oh, okay.
And they've got that other one, which has more recently opened, all the way up on 65th Avenue.
Oh, yeah,
We pass them all the time when we come back from Grace Point.
Oh, it's right near the university school. Is that university school?
Some kind
high
of big
school?
Yeah. So, and the great thing about Wing Shack is they were born in Greeley.
Really?
And since being in Greeley, they've expanded outward. See, we usually get stuff from other places that then franchise here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is a place that is franchising from Greeley out. So they've got one, I think, in Fort Collins now.
Are the chickens
and
local?
Denver. I don't know.
I wonder because there's a whole thing about like eating local now. So but at least it's a local chain. That's good.
Yeah, God bless them. So check out the Wing Shack. They're open 7 days a week until midnight. Or check out Blackjack Pizza if you're up for pizza. Either one.
What else is open? What else is the sponsor?
At the moment...
What about your sponsor?
Bless them. You know what my sponsor is for this radio show. You know who they are. Since the mid-1970s, what family?
Thorazine?
It should be, yeah. What family?
It's the Torones.
Yeah, well, T-O-R-O-N.
Torones.
I pronounce them Toron. The Toron family.
Toron would be Spanish. The
Toron,
right?
Okay, the Toron
Since
family.
it is the mariachi festival, I would like to call them Toron.
Excellent. And Hewlett Minuteman Press. No,
Where are you Italian now? You become Mario Frati. What is you doing there? You become Mario.
Un hombre del minuto.
Sí.
¿Cómo se dice press? I don't know.
Press?
De Hewlett. De Isla Longa.
Sí.
Sí. Con los Torones.
Sí. La familia de
sí.
Toron tiene hermanos y la madre y las otras personas que trabajan en el tienda.
Exacto.
Sí,
excelente. Since 1975.
Wow. Muchos años.
40, ¿no? 85, 95, 05. Sí, más de 40 años.
Ay, qué Dios mío.
The Hewlett Minuteman
La misma.
franchiso.
Sí, pero la misma gente.
Sí, well, el padre muerto.
Sí.
Pero la madre
Vaya con Dios,
y dos hijos.
Sí, hermanos.
Sí, a Mike and David Toron.
Sí.
Trabajo excelente.
Sí.
I don't know how to do all these other like copies and binding and printing and let's let's do...
How about hacer páginas?
They make pages. They do. It's a printing place and copies and bindings. So pick a letter of the alphabet. Either M for manatee, maybe, or S for Snooty.
I want S for Snooty.
S for Snooty. So among the things that they do are scoring. Not even sure what that is. Screen printing apparel. Scrolls, shipping.
I need a scroll. Yo quiero un scroll de mi hijo.
Well, Rabbi Sol Solomon will be here later talking to Austin Pendleton. He has scrolls.
What do you mean, do you mean a real scroll?
I guess I can print
who
like...
Who uses scrolls?
I don't know, maybe if you're doing like a big award ceremony, you're reading off a scroll. I don't know.
That's kind of sketchy.
Or they're making their own Torahs now.
What else?
Signs, all kinds of signs. Skull caps.
That's really cool.
You can get... Rabbi Sol gets all his skull caps from Minuteman Press.
Snap set forms.
I don't know, spiral binding.
Do you know what that means?
No. Software compatible forms.
Maybe like Adobe, like a fill-in form.
Squeeze bottles and coolers.
Oh, that's like if you want fag.
Yeah. Stamps, stamp pads, and stationery, of course.
Wow.
Business stationery,
That makes
personal
sense.
wedding invitations, all of that.
Yeah.
Hewlett Minuteman Press are great friends of the neighborhood. They've been with us since the very first episode of the show.
Wow.
I still use them, even though they're 2,000 miles away.
Yeah, but they also, I don't know what letter it would be, but they also do mailing. So they not only do they could print your invitations, and if you give them the list, they would mail it. I mean, that's terrific.
They're an all-service help for
would
your
that
business.
Be mailing or what?
Maybe they have it under...
it says
or postal
mailing envelopes,
mailers, yeah.
Mailing labels.
The basic thing is, whatever you need to do for your business, Hewlett Minuteman Press can help. And they're great people.
Like packing and shipping?
Yep. All of it.
Are they UPS? Yeah, they're UPS. So if you get a UPS package you don't want, send it on back.
True.
UPS certified.
Yeah, but also they use the regular post office because I know they send me
whatever
priority
you want.
mail stuff.
Whatever you want.
Anyway, contact them. There are at, where's their phone number? 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. They're closed during the summer on Saturdays and Sundays. They'll reopen Monday morning at 8:30. But they're open 5.5 days a week once the fall starts. So yay to Hewlett Minuteman Press. Yay to the sponsors of this station and this radio program. A program called Dave's Gone By, where it is 10:31 in the morning Mountain Time here at UNC, the University of Northern Colorado. Dave Lefkowitz with you, my darling wife Joyce joining me.
Play a Manatee song.
Well, instead of doing, let's do that. Let's do our first Saturday segue of the day.
They are so.
Because I want to remind you that we've got.
Manatees
has that been playing? Is the iTunes off? That's been up the whole time. Yikes!
I hope not.
Oh, good.
Is it bad? Did I break it? I made a mistake. It's my fault.
You broke the internet.
I broke the interwebs.
So
What song?
Hold on, I gotta find it. Snooty's birthday. Happy birthday! If you missed the first part of the show, we are wishing Snooty, the South Florida Museum manatee, a very happy 68th birthday. That is the longest known age of a manatee in or out of captivity by far. And he seems fine. He seems like, Lord knows how long he'll live. He's like this living science experiment. And he seems to be having a fabulous time. So why don't we play... Oh, I know what we got to play. Put on Sinatra, S-I-N-A. And we'll start our Saturday segue of songs. Now remember, we've got Austin Pendleton coming up. We've got My Sick Mind, Inside Broadway, a Saturday segue about conventions.
I think I'm doing it wrong.
Tons of wonderful stuff. Just do you have Sinatra?
Yeah.
Play. Oh no, did I forget to? All right, let me do it. Let me see if I can fix this. Because sometimes I forget. I think I'm popping the thing into iTunes and then it doesn't go. Damn it! It's not there.
And David returns.
That's what I hate. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find it on iTunes. I mean, on YouTube. Damn it. All right, close your eyes. I don't want you to...
Okay. Is it done by Esther Williams?
No, it's done by Frank Sinatra.
Snooty Wild.
Wow, that's new. I don't know if they have this one, though, on... Well, yes, they do. Here's Frank Sinatra to kick off our Manatee Saturday segue in the neighborhood. Give it a click. Well, this might be Manhattan Transfer version. They've got to play a stupid commercial first. Happy birthday, Snooty!
She's a snooty little cutie. She's a bird in the sky. and a beauty and a flirt. Sassy, dapper little flapper, she's just as cute as a tree. She's a kissy little missy, vain little Jane. She's slick, do. She's a classy little lassie, a keen little queen. And although sometimes she's sassy and mean, just a fiend for romance is she. Squirty little girlie, you see. She's a knockout of beauty, snooty little cutie, snooty little cutie she. You're a mellow little fellow, ooh, you're a coy little boy.
You're a knockout and a beauty. You're a joy.
You're a ready little steady. You swept this girl off her feet.
You're a kissy little missy, a vain little Jane, but you're sweet.
You don't really mean that, do you?
Of course I mean it. I wouldn't lie to you.
You're a handy little dandy.
Ooh, you're a keen little queen.
And although sometimes I'm bossy,
You're never me. Well, I'm a fiend for romance with you.
mellow little fellow, you're mine.
You're a knockout and a beauty.
A snooty little cutie, snooty little cutie mine. Yes, she's a classy little lassie, a keen little queen. And though sometimes she's sassy, she's never mean. I'm a fool for romance with you, moonlight kisses and you.
That's for me.
She's a beauty, that's snooty little cutie, snooty little cutie she.
The manatee, the sea cow. The manatee is endangered with extinction, and I think it's because it's out of shape. It looks like a retired football player. Ever see the manatee on the Discovery Channel? It's always floating around like, I'm bloated. Too much pizza for me. The manatee is also called the sea cow. Sea cow, that sounds like an insult. It's almost as if the manatee was introduced to the ocean, the other animals were like, who's the new guy? The manatee was like, oh, hi, everyone. You can call me the manatee. Yeah, right, sea cow. Name's Manatee. Sea cow, fat ass. Tub of shit. Quit it. I'd love to see the manatee on a show like Ricky Lake. The manatee be sitting there like, Ricky, I'm here because I'm endangered. And then one of those mean people in the audience would offer up the advice, yeah, I want to say something to the sea pig. That's sea cow, whatever. Sea pig, you a fat seal, you got to get yourself an education and a job. Manatee be like, I live in the ocean. Just so happen you live in the ocean because you ain't got no job. You got to get in Weight Watchers, some kind of program. I have a layer of blubber to keep my body warm in the water. Whatever, talk to the hand. I don't have a hand. What if a manatee was in the audience? They might laugh, but they'd be crying on the inside. It doesn't look like God tried that hard on the manatee, does it? He's like, all right, blob of shit, flip-flops. What the hell? Let's go with the goatee. You know what? I got a golf game. Throw this around Florida, it'll fit in. Hey, I'm from Florida. I don't think God plays golf. I didn't like some of those jokes.
Tell me, have you ever seen such whiskers growing on such a friendly snout? A wrinkled face and funny little flippers. He's graceful in the water, though he's stout. He's graceful in the water, though he's stout. You and me and a manatee, swimming down the river near the deep blue sea. They tell me we could drift along the ocean, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee. Now this old fellow, he's not in a hurry. He likes to take his time and move real slow. And when he's hungry, he don't need to worry. He eats the yummy grass that grows below. Now you and me and a manatee, swimming down the river near the deep blue sea. Together how much fun it would be, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee. Oh, you and me and a manatee, swimming down the river near the deep blue sea. They tell me we could drift along the ocean, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee. Yeah, you and me and a manatee, swimming down the river near the deep blue sea. Together how much fun it would be, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee, playing in the water with the manatee.
UNC Radio on Dave's Gone By.
This next mascot is sexy, and she knows it. It's the FSU webcam manatee. Penders on hornymanatee.com. Now, what happened there is we showed the horny manatee, they cut back to me, and I just ad-libbed the line about hornymanatee.com. That wasn't in the script. I was just filling time, screwing around, and I said hornymanatee.com. After the show, I'm changing in my dressing room, into my dress, and, come on, you knew, and I got a phone call from our standards department. This is all 100% true. They told me that if I say the name of a website that doesn't exist on the air, we legally have to buy that website immediately. I had no, it sounds crazy, right? I guess that's a law. I still don't understand the logic of it, but if I mention on the air a website, we need to then buy that website. So 3 nights ago, after the show Monday, for $159, NBC, the network that brought you Meet the Press, Milton Berle, and the nation's first commercial television station, became the proud owner of www.hornymanatee.com. hornymanatee.com. Good. Yeah. Yeah. We own it for 10 years. That part just kills me. They said it's yours for 10 years. So, we decided, since we own the name, let's build the website, right? If you've sunk $159 of hard-earned NBC cash into something, you better build it. So we did. It's pretty hot. Here's a little sample of what you can get at our website. Some manatee on manatee action. Apparently that was previously unavailable on any other website. Now, I encourage people to... this is on Tuesday, after we set up the site, I went on the air and I encouraged people to send in their own manatee pictures and stories to my email address, conan@hornymanatee.com. Okay? The response was overwhelming. I'm not lying about any of this. The site's received over 1 million hits. I'm not kidding. In 2 days, we've received thousands and thousands of emails. Now, we showed some fan pictures yesterday, and they were pretty impressive. Well, folks, the art keeps coming in, and it's getting better and better. I thought I'd show you some right now. Let's see if we can keep this thing going. Kenny K submitted this shot of me and a manatee. I think it's hauntingly beautiful. Some people worked really hard on their art. Christopher J. was not one of them. I love the story that it tells there. I approach the manatee. I touch his flapper. I give him a meaningful look. The manatee gives me a meaningful look. And we go at it. That's a nice... That is a beautifully composed story. Dennis B. sent in this hot picture right here. Check it out. There's a scene from a porno. I ordered mine with sausage, I think is the line. Oh, come on, we've all seen it. LSP sent in this shot of La Bamba that... thinking of something. Yesterday, we showed this picture of a guy who I said had made the worst manatee costume of all time. We showed this yesterday, and I said, this has got to be the worst manatee costume of all time. Apparently, I was wrong because Andrew P. made an even worse costume. That is the worst anything I've ever seen. I'm including natural disasters. There. Finally, Thomas D. sent in lyrics to a song about manatees. It's not just photos. People are getting very creative. Thomas D. sent in lyrics to a song about manatees set to AC/DC's You Shook Me All Night Long. I thought if Thomas D. put this much work into it, we should at least hear it. Take it away, Pender.
She was a slow submarine. She kept her flippers clean. She was the best damn manatee I had ever seen. She had big black eyes, no discernible thighs. When I got the arrow with the big black eyes, well, the wings got shaking, and all it was swinging. My pelvis was aching, and we were making it. And you shook me all night long. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check out www.hornymanatee.com. We'll get it together. We posted all the pictures we showed on TV tonight on the website. Plus, check out the fan art section, which is full of submissions. Juliana Margulies coming up. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
And the tragic part is, he said there on the air that they bought hornymanatee.com. This is from the old Conan O'Brien show, of course. When he was still on, I guess, late night or CBS, or he was the go-to guy to replace Letterman. However, I've forgotten the whole late night wars by now. But the thing was, now it is a true story. They did have to buy the hornymanatee.com website, and people were posting to it. It was a great site because you had hundreds of folks sending in drawings and pictures and weird photographs and poems and things all about hot, steamy manatee sex. I checked the website this week when doing research, as it were, for this program and for Snooty the Manatee's birthday, and it is no longer operative. I'm sure CBS still sort of owns it, but they no longer put, and there's no content there, at least not when I checked earlier this week, which is a real tragedy, I think. But Snooty, the South Florida Museum manatee, is still very much there. He's still on the web as we speak, because, hold on, let's get to, I'm trying to find, how did I get there? Sorry, one sec. Let's find him. No, I don't need YouTube. Where's the manatee? Oh, here it is. Okay. From the Parker Auditorium. He's up in the right-hand corner now. He's floating around there, or maybe that's one of the other manatees. So you can see him, and we've been watching him all morning on the weekend of his birthday. He turned 68 years old on Thursday, and they had a big deal over at the Florida Aquarium. But this is the day of his big party out in Florida. It's going on from now until 2 o'clock Eastern time. So I guess for another 45 minutes, the party will be going on. Oh, my God, he's blocking the whole lens at the moment. God bless you, Snooty. Now, remember, all you have to do to see the Snooty cam is just go to southfloridamuseum.org, their homepage, scroll right down. You have to just scroll down a little bit, and there's the Manatee cam. And you see him right in front of the lens, and all these people, they seem to be panicking. Does Snooty have an automatic weapon of some sort? I know, they seem to be quite agitated, all the folks watching him behind the glass. But we've got this fantastic shot of Snootster. He looks like he has a belly button. Never noticed that before. Anyway, we played Manatee songs and bits in honor of Snooty's 68th birthday. So in that Saturday segue on this Saturday morning, we heard Snooty Little Cutie, a song originally done by Frank Sinatra and covered not by Bob Dylan, thank goodness, but by the Manhattan Transfer from their 1975 TV show. Did you know they had a TV show? Manhattan Transfer, and they're still around. By the way, they're still doing what they do, that old-timey kind of song stuff. So we heard Snooty Little Cutie from the Manhattan Transfer. And then Jim Gaffigan's classic bit, I'm a Manatee, from the album Doing My Time. And that was the thing that really started Joyce and me off on the whole manatee kick. Because when we were dating, we were watching an episode of Dr. Katz. If you remember that old animated show in the early days of Cartoon Network, I guess. It might have been Comedy Central, where it was very jiggly line drawing of this story of a psychiatrist played by, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the comedian's name. And one of the little bits had the manatee on the psychiatrist's couch, on Dr. Katz's couch, complaining and doing the whole bit about being on Ricky Lake and all of the guests or the audience members there insulting the poor manatee. And it was just so cute. The drawing was so cute, and the voice of Gaffigan was so cute. I'm a manatee. I have the blubber to keep me warm. That we just fell completely in love with that character and with manatees in general. So that was one of the things that really started off Joyce and my relationship. So that's one of the reasons we really love Snooty and really love manatees. But we heard from the record album, Doing My Time, I'm a Manatee, from Jim Gaffigan. We then heard a song I found on the interwebs by Ty Curtis called You and Me and a Manatee, which is catchy, I'll give it that. You and Me and a Manatee. And then finally, of course, from the Conan O'Brien program, Horny Manatee. You can find that on YouTube and actually see the visuals and see the bad costumes and the amazing art that came in for hornymanatee.com. Not to mention the actual Horny Manatee dancing at the end during that segment of, Shook Me All Night Long. Well, we're shaking you all morning long here in the neighborhood at uncradio.com, the radio station of the University of Northern Colorado. I'm Dave Lefkowitz doing the 567th episode of the show. We're calling it Austin City Limits because pretty soon Rabbi Sol Solomon will be here interviewing the beloved veteran actor and director Austin Pendleton. Also, we'll take a peer into my sick mind with some jokes, horrible jokes, about horrible things that happened in the news this week. We'll also have another Saturday Segue where we'll go conventional, as it were. We'll have songs that have to do with conventions, politically speaking, and then anything else, or Bob Dylan, Sooner and Later, which is also, not directly political. It'll be about political places over last week and next. All of that coming up on the Dave's Gone By radio program of the air. But next, or right now, going to do something that I love to do every week, talk about the theater. I've been a theater critic for more than 25 years. I'm an award-winning playwright. Go figure. I've done some acting and directing and all that kind of thing. Love to tell you about what's happening on stages both in New York and elsewhere. And we call the segment Inside Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater in New York, Colorado, and beyond, brought to you by TotalTheater.com and Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Well, got a mix of news, good and bad, this week. That's kind of what usually happens. As a matter of fact, talking about Broadway and the theater in the world at large. Great, amazing, fabulous news to share that there's a theater in New York, a former Broadway theater called the Hudson Theater. It was built back in 1903, but it hasn't been a legitimate theater in decades. So it will be, again, thanks to the Ambassador Theatre Group out of London that bought the place, I think in 2015. They've been renovating it, and now they're setting plans to reopen the theater in March of 2017 with a play, a revival of Langford Wilson's play Burn This, directed by Michael Mayer and starring very popular film actor Jake Gyllenhaal. That'll be the inaugural or re-inaugural show to reopen the Hudson Guild Theater. Now check this out. The first show at that theater was called Cousin Kate, and it starred Ethel Barrymore. And the theater back in the day was known for having a big foyer, which is different from a lot of the Broadway theaters, as you know, if you've ever tried to go to the bathroom during intermission. Most of them, you're squeezed in, you don't even want to bother getting out of your seat. But this one apparently has a nice, roomy foyer, or at least it did when it was built back in the 1900s, and also a triple-domed ceiling. So if they've kept that, that'll be amazing to see. Well, anyway, from the 1930s to the 1950s, it served as a TV and radio studio, and then it was used for the Steve Allen TV show when he was doing The Tonight Show. So that's way cool. And then from the 1950s to the 80s, for a while it was a legitimate theater again. Then it was a movie theater. Then it was a rock club. And then they've been using it as kind of a conference center and also doing tapings there for Comedy Central. But the Ambassador Theatre Group, as I said, has bought it. They're renovating it. It will be the 41st Broadway theater that will be operational and current, and the oldest. Fantastic. So happy, happy news for Broadway lovers. And also, with all the producers who really, really want to bring shows to Broadway, and a lot of times they're stymied because the theaters are full. There's so many long-running shows that they don't have a place to put a new Broadway show. This will give them another opportunity, another place to do theater. And as I said, they will be doing theater. There's a production of Burn This, which I remember seeing that when that opened on Broadway back in the would have been the late 80s, I think. And John Malkovich took the stage and just blew everyone away. I brought my dad to the show. And we were sitting there, the first opening minutes are interesting, and then Malkovich comes on. And we were just like, holy cow. There's something about John Malkovich on stage that is unmatchable by any other actor. And that role was a great one for him. And later saw they did a Burn This revival off-Broadway, I guess about 10 years ago. That was good, but just didn't have the magic, that incendiary quality that Malkovich brought to it. And I think Joan Allen was his co-star in the show way back when. Anyway, Burn This, coming back to Broadway in a brand new old theater. Want to let you know some other good theater news. Ensemble Studio Theater, where I actually did some volunteer work many, many years ago. I totally forgot that I did this for like 2 weeks. I went there and tried to help out and learn some stuff, and never really worked out. But it's this great off-Broadway theater, been around for years. They do a lot of one-act plays. They do... They have grants to do a lot of science-related plays these days. Well, they've gotten an award of $3 million from the city, combined with other funding that they have received, and that will allow them to fully renovate EST, which has not been renovated, apparently, in a couple of decades. The theater's all the way west. It's 52nd Street and 11th Avenue, so it's kind of off the grid, even for off-Broadway. But when done, when they finish this renovation, they're going to have a 99-seat main stage alongside a 66th Street studio space that will be named after Kurt Dempster, who founded Ensemble Studio Theater all those years ago. So for more information, and I guess to make your own contribution, estnyc.org, est.nyc.org. And congratulations to the folks at Ensemble Studio Theater. Well, I said there was some great news, and now we get to some not-so-wonderful news. The revival, the Broadway revival of Fiddler on the Roof that we have been touting here for a few months now, and that stars our friend of the neighborhood, Danny Burston, as Tevye. He was Tony nominated. The revival was nominated for a Best Revival Tony, and some other people got nominations too. Didn't get a lot of Tony love on awards night. Some other revivals, like Color Purple, took the thing for Best Revival and for Best Actor in a Musical. I think one of the Hamilton people won anyway. So that, combined with Fiddler on the Roof not being away from Broadway that long. There was another revival. It was the one with Alfred Molina. I think it was much less than 10 years ago. It was just hard to drum up audiences for the show in that big a theater. And so they've announced that Fiddler on the Roof will close December 31st, New Year's Eve, on that matinee after 464 regular performances. So it's not bad. It's not a bad run at all. It will have run, a little more than a year, because the show opened on December 20th of 2015. I don't know if it will have made its money back by then, but it's just kind of a shame that Fiddler on. I mean, it's a really good revival. I can't really be over the moon about the Fiddler on the Roof revival. I thought it was very well done. It was good. I did not get to see Danny Burston, who apparently was absolutely fantastic in the role of Tevye, because he was out the matinee that I saw it. I liked Jessica Hecht. I loved the Yenta the Matchmaker. But, you can make up your own mind. You have until the end of December to see it, and it's playing at the Broadway Theater on Broadway through the end of the year, Fiddler on the Roof. But it will be closing, as I said, then, and probably at some kind of loss. Although it's an easy show, I'm sure, to tour, and they will. Another show, kind of a shocker, bit of a shocker here, that did not have good news over the past, I guess, week or so. So there was this hit revusical, jukebox musical, I guess you would call it, that ran from 2013 all the way to January of 2015. It ran 775 performances. Motown, the musical, the story of Berry Gordy Jr., co-written by him, telling his own story of how he built Motown. Cool, right? And it was a hit, but they closed it just before, early in the winter, after the holidays, because they figured to run into February and then March and then deal with all the new shows in Hamilton opening, they didn't want to deal. So they brought it on tour and said, we're going to bring it back to Broadway. We're going to, enough people still want to see it. We're going to bring Motown the musical back to Broadway for a summer run so more people can come see it or come see it again. Didn't really work out too well. The show reopened on July 12th at the, I don't have the theater in front of me, but the L'Enfantin. No, sorry, that was the old theater it was playing in, excuse me. But anyway, they reopened it 2 weeks ago, and it was supposed to run until the middle of November. And it's not. Apparently, it just has not been making the money that they were hoping that it would. And so Motown the Musical is going to be closing July 31st, 2016, basically 3 months early. And I don't know what to do. Sometimes you take a gamble. Or you have it good. Maybe they could have stayed open and eked their way through the winter and then done well in the spring again. But instead they said, no, we'll go away for a bit and we'll come and we'll bring it back. It's worked for some other shows. I think like some of those Beagle tribute shows it's worked for. But, and they did it with Fela. I don't think it worked for that. It's a tough thing to do, to go and then come and bring it back for a bit. But anyway, if you want to see it, you have until July 31st. So next weekend is your last chance to catch Motown, which it will be No Town after that, while it's back on Broadway. Speaking of Broadway, by the way, it's 11:05 in the morning Mountain Time here at the University of Northern Colorado. I'm Dave Lefkowitz doing the Dave's Gone By radio show. We're in the middle of Inside Broadway talking about the theater, which we could not do without our buying friends at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway since the mid-19... I'm sorry. Wow, I blanked there for a minute. We already did our Minuteman bit. Not that I mind mentioning Hewlett Minuteman Press again, and that they do fine quality copying, printing, binding work, and that they're in the heart of Hewlett, and that they're across the street from the Petco and 2 blocks from the railroad station, all that. You know that, 516-569-5577. But no, I'm thinking theater terms. We couldn't do this particular segment without Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Since the mid-1940s, Performing Arts Insider has been the place that people in the entertainment industry turn to find out everything that's going on all the stages of New York. Broadway, off Broadway. Every single show comprehensively listed with all the information, all the people in that show, the dates, the location, the theater that it's in, plus the agents, the managers, the stage managers, and even contact information. So if you wanted to get in touch with the people who are running these shows, who are creating these plays and musicals, that information is in Performing Arts Insider and virtually nowhere else. That is why people who subscribe to Performing Arts Insider have been doing so for years, and when they get it, they renew again and again, because they get this in the mail. It's a hard copy journal, easy to read, really simple. You open it up, there's an index in the back, there's a table of contents, and it's just right at your fingertips. Instead of trying to sit down at your computer, open 10 or 15 windows, and still not find the information that you will get in the pages of Performing Arts Insider. For more information, go to performingartsinsider.com. And remember, it is a hard copy. You're not going to find it on the interwebs. You'll just find the website that will tell you how to subscribe. And it is expensive, but as I said, people really, really value it and are happy to pay what it costs to get PAI. So go to performingartsinsider.com for more information. If you're in New York, you can pick up single issues at both Theater Circle and the Drama Bookshop in Midtown, or you can send away for a hard copy sample issue. Just again, all that info is at performingartsinsider.com. By the way, Performing Arts Insider is brought to us, is created by the Total Theater Company. Total Theater has its own website, totaltheater.com, which is absolutely free. And there you have thousands of theater reviews. Broadway, off-Broadway, international theater, festivals. We've been getting stories from the Stratford Festival out in Canada. We've been getting reviews from Chicago and from Los Angeles and other places around the country, and Florida, all for free. Just go to the Criticopia section of TotalTheater.com. Or if you visit the Periodica section, then you can find articles and interviews about the theater. There's a really cool article that was posted just a day or two ago about a transgender actress or actor in Chicago theater who's doing a show out there and what it has meant for her to be able to do theater in Chicago. And she was actually, she spent most of her teenage and adult years in China as a trans person and then came back to do theater in America. Really interesting stuff. A story there by our great friend of the neighborhood, Mary Shen Barnage. So check that out. Check it all out for free, totaltheater.com. Now, speaking of theater, or moving back to our Inside Broadway segment, we have news of a musical that has been planned for Broadway, and the plans are solidifying further. It's really going to happen. It's a show called Come From Away, with a book and score by Irene Sankoff and David Hine, directed by Christopher Ashley. He's a bit of a better-known name than those are. And they're definitely coming into Broadway in February. They have not announced what theater they're going into. That usually means it's because another show is still playing there and hasn't announced its closing yet, so they're kind of waiting. But they know they're set for February. They've got Patrina Bromley in there, Gino Carr, Jen Colella, who is in the Saturday Night Fever musical. She's in that one, and I think she might have been also in Rock of Ages. I think she was. Chad Kimball, who was the star of Memphis on Broadway a couple of seasons back. He's in Come From Away. It's all about, check out the plot on this, diverted, well, that's a strange word to use, but it's about airline passengers on September 11th, 2001, who are diverting out of the air. They're not, all the planes were grounded, obviously, later that morning and for the rest of the day. So these are airline passengers, strangers thrown into this insane situation, and what their stories are and what their lives are and their relationships are. The show is going to try out at the Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. in September, and then do another tryout in Toronto in November into early January, and then come to Broadway. I mean, assuming it isn't a disaster on the road, it'll come to Broadway in February and start previews then and probably open in March. And by the way, Sankoff and Hine, they're a married couple, the folks who wrote this show. Their previous musical was called My Mother's Lesbian Jewish Wiccan Wedding. Yeah. It'll be, every year on Broadway you'll get a couple of the outsiders. They either crash and burn or they become the surprise go-figure hits of the season. So Come From Away, maybe it'll be one of either of those. We will have to see. Science! Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Science! Yes, Science live on Broadway with Alton Brown. He has a show. It's called Eat Your Science. It's a solo show with him doing food stuff, actually. It's more scientifically created food things. Now, Alton Brown is a big popular guy on the Food Network. He's a host there, and he does a lot of other shows and things there. You see him all the time there. Well, anyway, he does a live performance thing that he tours with, and he's going to bring it to Broadway. Alton Brown Live, Eat Your Science. That'll be happening November 22nd through the 27th, 1 week only, at the Barrymore Theater. So it's in between stuff that's happening. So it'll be after... We just mentioned the Barrymore, didn't we? Oh, no, we talked about Ethel Barrymore. Sorry. But that will be at the Barrymore Theater. It'll be after the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime closes, but before they open... What is it? There's going to be a play called The Present that will open in the spring. So Alton Brown is grabbing a week in between to do his puppets, songs, and culinary demonstrations. Alton Brown Live in November on Broadway at the Barrymore. Well, got to make room for a little more sad news. Mostly it was a lot of good news today, right? On Inside Broadway. That's way cool. But got to give a shout out to a friend that we lost this week. And it kills me that I never made him a friend of the neighborhood. It always occurs to me. I've done this show now for 14 and a half years. And I've had a lot of my colleagues, my theater writers, my theater critic friends on the program, a lot of times during the Tony show. And I never had my friend Ira Bilowit on the radio show. He has been a theater critic since the 1950s and remained vital and active well into his very late 80s. But he died just a day or two ago at age 90 in New York City. He had been having kidney issues in the early summer. He was brought to intensive care. And then he was okay, and they brought him to rehab. But then he passed away just like either yesterday or the day before. He was a long-time member of the American Theater Critics Association, which is how I probably met him. He was very much involved every year when ATCA, the theater critics, would come to New York for a weekend, and they would take theater critics from all over the country and bring them to Manhattan. They'd see a couple of Broadway and off-Broadway shows, and there'd be this big Sardi's luncheon where they would have stars playing on Broadway, coming up, answering a question from the audience, and also eating and dining and talking with all the theater critics. It was a nice meet and greet. It was a great place for people who weren't writing reviews but were writing stories to get little stories and columns out of it because they could quote a couple of different actors at the start of these luncheon. So it was a big deal for the American theater critics. It was a nice nexus between the New York press agents and the New York scene and a theater group that wasn't centrally located in New York. Most of them are. The Drama Desk, the Outer Critics Circle, these places that give awards. American Theater Critics was more, not just diversified, but more parceled out across the country because it was all of us all over the place. So Ira and Sherry Eaker, our friend of the neighborhood who used to run backstage, they were very, very instrumental every year in getting that big luncheon up and going and making sure that the stars were corralled and the press agents were notified and everything, and the food was ordered properly at Sardi's. It was a big deal. And Ira, well into his old age, was very, very instrumental in helping with that. More importantly, he was a member of the Drama Desk and the Drama Desk Guild. He wrote for and then was the managing editor of Show Business magazine back in the 50s going into the 1960s. Show Business was actually bigger than Backstage at a certain point. It was the place that actors turned to find out when and where auditions were. And Ira was there in the nascent years of Show Business, working with, what's his name, Leo Scholl, I think, founded the thing. And then he published his own magazine, New York Theater Review, from 1976 to 1980. He was also, like most of us are in the theater game, for writers and journalists, we also dabble in the other side of it, in front of the curtain and in the orchestra pit. Well, Ira co-wrote a musical version of Mice and Men that ran at the Provincetown Playhouse in 1958 and might have had a better shot had there not been a newspaper strike at the time. They brought, actually, Of Mice and Men back for a developmental reading at the York Theater in 2007. Nothing came of it, but at least Ira was alive and he got to see the show one more time in New York, done the right way by good people, the folks over at the York Theater, and that's kind of neat. Ira Billowit leaves behind two sons, Michael and Bill. He had one ex-wife that he remained friendly with for the rest of his life, and then he had another wife who predeceased him. And one thing people, even my colleagues and friends, might not know about Ira is that when he wasn't writing about the theater or going to the theater or doing these blogs that he was doing later in life, he loved ironworking and woodworking and doing little bits of art and small-scale stuff. And he actually made us, my wife Joyce and me, he made us a mezuzah for our house when we moved in, when we were still living in Hewlett. And we had all these doors to put mezuzahs on, and we got one from my aunt brought us a nice little Lennox mezuzah, and Ira made one out of wood for us, and that was really, really neat of him, because he liked working with his hands and giving things to friends. So, good guy, smart guy, sharp. As I keep saying this, well into his ... which my wife, the gerontologist, would be like, well, why wouldn't he be well into his ... But he was. And you still going to the theater up until a friend of mine said they saw him just a week or so ago at the theater, and he looked like Ira, and he talked and behaved like Ira. So God bless his heart, and gonna miss him as a friend, miss him as a colleague, miss him in the New York theater world. Ira Billowit, farewell. And don't want to end on such a downer note, so I'm not going to. I'm going to remind people that, of course, there's theater outside of New York. I'm here in Greeley, Colorado, and we don't have a hell of a lot of theater here at all. Alas, I always bitch that we had a dinner theater here a couple of years ago that had been around for decades, and that closed. And we have some shows that come through to our not the University Center, the Union Colony Civic Center downtown, so we'll get the occasional touring show there. And then we have one group, the Stampede Players, a community group, that will do a show or two a year. But we do not have a a legitimate theater scene here in Greeley, unless you count the fine work done by the university, UNC, which has not only during the year shows done as part of the school year using the student body and directed by the faculty of the Performing and Visual Arts School. But over the summer, our summer theater is kind of coordinated by the folks at UNC, run by them, on UNC's grounds. And so they're doing a summer season. They did Outside Mullingar, the John Patrick Shanley play, a week or so ago. And they also did, I forget what they started with. I think they had Gypsy. They started the season with a revival of the Sondheim, Bernstein, and Arthur Lawrence classic musical Gypsy. But they still have a couple more shows to go before they end their summer season at the end of July. So coming up is going to be the Addams Family in a week or so. And right now, this weekend, they're doing I Love You, You're Perfect, Now Change. One of those out-of-the-woodwork, go-figure phenomenon shows that happens every once in a while. Back in 1996, Perfect Change opened off-Broadway. And it was this cute little show of reviews and vignettes, of songs and vignettes about dating and couplehood and marriage and how women and men get along and don't get along. And it was really fun and amusing and sweetly done, small scale, off-Broadway, by a writer who went on to bigger things, Joe DiPietro. He ended up writing a play called Over the River and Through the Woods. That may have come actually before then, but I think it was after. And then the Tony Award-winning musical Memphis that we just mentioned before. So DiPietro's gone on to do a bunch of stuff, but this was, and that show, I Love You, You're Perfect, Now Change, is the gift that keeps giving, because it ran off-Broadway for, I think, a decade. And it's done everywhere, local theater, community theater, and now Little Theater of the Rockies, our summer theater here at UNC, is doing it, and I'm going to go see it tomorrow. So if you are around or going to go see it, come wave, and don't bring a weapon. Just say hi to me from afar and say, Dave, I listened to your show, which is people's way of saying, I don't really like your show, but I listened to it, which I'll settle for, I guess. Anywho, I Love You, You're Perfect, Now Change. Since they're doing it here at UNC, I think I'll play a song here on Dave's Gone By. This, of course, is from the off-Broadway cast featuring, do I have the actors in it? No, I do not. Oh well. Anyway, going back now 20 years, 20th anniversary of this musical, and it's really, and I dedicate this song, she won't be happy about this, but I dedicate this song to Joyce. It's called On the Highway of Love.
In my home, I'm not the boss. With my kids, I'm at a loss. My life seems close, but no cigar. I've been jilted by my lucky star. Well, thank God, at least I've got my car.
Okay, everyone in. Okay, I'll keep the moose cake on my lap, ready when you are. And no fighting.
When I'm driving, I'm the king of my domain.
Careful pulling out.
When I'm driving, I'm a beast without a chain.
Slow, we're not in a hurry.
When I'm driving, I'm a force you can't restrain.
Put on your blinker, people aren't mind readers.
But on the highway of love, she's driving me insane.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Keep your thoughts in your head.
Keep your hands on the wheel.
Shut your mouth or you're dead.
I should have taken a cab.
You should have taken a pill.
When automobiling, when not too appealing. When they're driving, all they ever do is complain. Watch.
La la la, can't hear you.
When they're driving, it's a verbal hurricane. Help me!
Get in the car, crazy lady.
When they're driving, we get a large migraine.
You know so much, you take the wheel.
No!
On the highway of love, they're driving us insane. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife, a mere passenger in my machine, seems to think it's her job to share her relentless opinions with the pilot. But remember all those James Bond movies, the ones with all those cool cars with the ejector seats? All I'm saying is, General Motors could make a fortune! I thank you very much.
You know, my husband has a heavy foot, which goes along with his heavy head. You would think he would view driving as a simple means of getting from somewhere to somewhere else. Instead, he must view it as a right of manhood, a test of testosterone. If you ask me, it's no coincidence that the stick shift is shaped like the male sex organ. I thank you. At home we don't fight.
At home we don't yell.
But once we start the car, the marriage goes to hell. Daddy, are we there yet? You're gonna hit
You all shut up!
We're losing our grip on this family trip when we're driving. Our fights are high octane. This man is trying to kill me. When we're driving, we're obnoxious and profane.
God damn it, don't make me stop this car!
When we're driving, we're in a lot of pain.
We're blowing up dysfunctional!
On the highway of love, we scream till we're hoarse. On the highway of love, we're gonna get a divorce. On the highway of love. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Okay, you park the car, I'll take the moose cake. No, Emma, make sure you kiss all your relatives and don't tell anyone they're getting fat.
Hey, made good time. Forever shall I reign. Oh, yeah. Love you, babe.
UNC Radio.
Look, Ingrid, perhaps someday you will look back on this as the most significant episode in your life.
I don't.
No, a transparent crystal moment when your life was suspended like a dewdrop in the spider web of time and space. Like a dewdrop in the spider web of time and space. Take off your mask, lovely Ingrid.
My what?
Your mask, lovely Ingrid.
I don't have
your powder, your lipstick, your destructive self-delusions, your mascara, lovely Ingrid. You don't need it, you can trust me. Let me help you, let me help you. Take off your wig.
My wig? Oh, no.
Why wear a wig, lovely Ingrid? You don't need it, you can trust me. Let me help you, let me help you. You are safe here with me.
It's very expensive, please.
Hush not a word, gentle Ingrid. No more restless desperation. Yes, I know you and you need me. You are safe here with me. You don't need a wig, Ingrid. You are lovely just as you are.
Well, thank you, Isaac.
A transparent crystal moment when your life is suspended like a dewdrop in the spider web of time and space. A transparent crystal moment when your life is suspended like a dewdrop in the spider web of time and space.
Hi, I'm Austin Pendleton, and I'm talking with Rabbi Sol Solomon on Dave's Gone By at UNC. I'm about to go over to the Pangea Cabaret Space, Pangea, on Lower 2nd Avenue to do a cabaret with my friend Barbara Blyer. We'll talk about that when I'm talking to Rabbi Sol Solomon at UNC.
Oh, shalom, shalom, my friends, shalom, my enemies. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sol Solomon, the founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And I am delighted and thrilled to be talking to someone who has been in one of the actual cornerstones of Judaism. Now, I don't mean the Torah, and I don't mean Israel. I mean Fiddler on the Roof. This man was in the original production of Fiddler on the Roof. He played Mottel the Tailor, and you can hear him in the original cast album. Also, he did an off-Broadway show called The Last Sweet Days of Isaac. He's a playwright. He wrote some very good plays called Orson's Shadow and Uncle Bob. He's directed a show, The Runner Stumbles, on Broadway. He was Tony nominated for directing a revival of The Little Foxes, featuring none other than Maureen Stapleton and Elizabeth Taylor. He's also won an Obie Award for directing Chekhov. He's won drama. So much is going on with him, and it never stops. Right now, he's doing two things at once. He's directing a play for the Mint Theater called A Day by the Sea, and he's appearing in a cabaret at the Pangea Cabaret Space on 11th Street. So please, will you welcome to the neighborhood, Austin Pendleton. Shalom!
Thank you. Shalom to you too, Rabbi.
Oh, shalom. It's good to talk to you. So let me ask you a question. With the name Austin Pendleton, you do not sound Jewish. Are you?
That's true. I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not Jewish.
What did you feel when you were initially auditioning or trying to get into Fiddler on the Roof? Do you think that would be held against you, or did you try and learn a bit about Judaism and pronunciation and words before going for the role?
No, I was called in by a director I had worked with already, Jerome Robbins. You know, I had been the year before in a play he directed that ran off Broadway called "Oh Dad, Poor Dad," and "Mama's Hung You in the Closet," and "I'm Feeling So Sad."
I think they were reviving that next to the Arthur Kopit play. I think that's actually getting a revival soon, is it? I could be wrong about that.
So, yeah, with Frank Langella in the role of the mother, yes.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Yes, right. I mean, I can't wait to see that.
So you did Oh Dad, which was, despite the title, it was actually kind of a hit for the time. And then...
Yeah, we played it for about a year off-Broadway. And also in it were two great actresses, Jo Van Fleet and Barbara Harris.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we played that for about a year, and then a few months after that was over, I got this call again from Jerome Robbins to come and audition for Fiddler on the Roof. At that time, it wasn't called Fiddler on the Roof. The name of the show was named after the leading character, the character of Tevye.
Oh.
So Tevye was the name of the show when I auditioned for it.
Did you know you were auditioning for Muttel, or did they tell you, was it a variety of characters? Could you have been Perchik? What did they tell you?
He asked me to audition for Perchik.
Oh.
And he liked to audition people a lot of times. I auditioned 6 times for Oh Dad, Poor Dad. And so I auditioned 6 times for Perchik. And at the 6th audition, he said, and I really wanted that part of Perchik. And he said at the end of the 6th audition, he said, while you're here, why don't you read a scene from the part of Muddle? So I said, okay. I hadn't given it any thought at all. And then the next day, I got the part of Muddle.
Wow. Can you have any memories of working with Jerome Robbins on both of those plays? Any anecdotes?
Well, he was... I mean, I owe my career to the man. I mean, he was, as great a director as there's ever been. You can see from the variety between those two shows. Plus, of course, he did West Side Story and Gypsy, and he did all these ballets and everything. But he was a taskmaster. But he was brilliant. He was hard on you, but in a productive way. Some directors are hard on you just because they like to be hard on you.
Right, but he, you knew he was working towards a goal, and you really wanted to give him that.
And therefore even when you got upset, you knew that he was pushing you to something more than you were giving. So, wait, what?
We should mention that Austin Pendleton is literally hailing a taxi, getting a cab to go to the Pangea Club as we are speaking. So if you hear extraneous noises out there, that is why. But yes, you're continuing about Jerome Robbins.
Yeah, and the two parts in Oh Dad and Fiddler were very different. They had in common, they were kind of shy. But he would say to me during rehearsals for Fiddler, we have to break the image of the other show, meaning Oh Dad, Poor Dad. Because the guy in Oh Dad, Poor Dad is just totally collapses into himself in the course of the play. And the guy, the Taylor in Fiddler on the Roof, as everybody knows, survives and prevails against a lot of odds. So, although they both on the surface kind of shy and awkward, one has a will of deal, that would be Metal the Tailor.
Right, even a poor tailor is entitled to some happiness.
Exactly.
You know, that line, yeah.
Yeah. And Jonathan, poor dad just doesn't make it to the far end of the pool. He's already defeated before the play even begins. So, and then he falls in love with the girl, but he doesn't have any idea what to do about it. And whereas Muddle the Tailor finds the resources to win the woman he loves against, huge odds. At heart, they're very different people, and Billy kept just insisting on that. He said, no, you gotta be a person who fights. He liked the show Fiddler to be about people fighting for their lives. I mean, their inner lives, as trying to adjust to the collapse of all their traditions and everything. That's what gave the show, as he directed it and helped to give it an outline, that's what gave it the power that it has.
Have you seen the current Fiddler on the Roof production on Broadway?
Yeah, I saw the opening night.
Oh. So what did you think?
I thought it was very exciting.
Because?
Well, the guy who plays Muddle the Tailor. He was wonderful. But everybody was. It was a beautiful show. It's a very original production of it. They have their own take on it, and it was kind of thrilling to see that.
Now, can I one last Fiddler question, and then I promise I'll let you talk about other, even non-Jewish things. But
also I was in the Diary of Anne Frank, with Natalie Portman.
Oh, you were Mr. Dussel in that. Yeah. But before, we'll get to that next. But I have to ask. You had a deal. Everybody had to deal with Zero Mostel.
Yeah.
Genius on stage. But at what point did he start, if you want to use that term, going off the rails of giving out sports scores and of being zero-ish?
Well, I don't know. I found him, I had a sort of a unique, he was, I found him very liberating.
Oh.
I was a geek actor, young actor who would get all uptight with, oh, do I have it right and all that. And he just was like this wind that blew open a door. and of course, the ways he would go off the rails would be different at different moments. But the overall core of the performance was entirely the same all the time. I mean, he was finally at heart that man. And so he would do these, let's call them riffs, although that's being a little euphemistic. They were improvs that, yes, sometimes are things that man would never, ever, ever have done or said. But then he would return, like on a dime, to the core of the scene. And the moments he had, of which there were quite a few, which were meant to be touching and serious, were devastatingly beautiful. All the time, every night. It was in some of the scenes that allowed for comedy that he allowed for either more comedy or a different kind of comedy.
Sure. No, absolutely. Can I ask, but off stage you got along? Was he personable? Was he... I
loved him.
Oh, beautiful. Good.
I just loved him. I don't think I even had an argument with him ever.
Oh, did you argue with Natalie Portman in the Diary of Anne Frank?
Absolutely not. Who would ever argue with Natalie Portman?
Of course not. How was that experience of doing that show, that revival?
Well, it was harrowing. I mean, artistically, everybody was very much together, but just the material, it was like a nightmare. And then you would feel weird when you were allowed to leave every night. I'm exaggerating that a little bit. But it's material that's harrowing and kind of uplifting all at the same time.
I kind of felt that way about What's Up, Doc, to be honest. Kidding. I mentioned that movie, folks, because Mr. Pendleton has not just done theater. He has had quite a movie career, including being in the Peter Bogdanovich film, What's Up, Doc, with, I can't remember the name of that lead actress. What's her name?
You refer, of course, to Barbra Streisand.
That's it, Barbra Streisand. See, I'm not gay, so it's not completely on the tip of my tongue all the time. But what was she like?
If you can't act with Barbra Streisand, you can't act. She is so there. She magnetizes. Her reality is so great that she just magnetizes you. All you have to do is look at her, and she's looking at you, and you're in the scene.
in an interview you did, I believe, with the Onion, you mentioned that it was not a wonderful experience doing that crazy slam bang farcical comedy, and that led you to a truth about movie comedies. What was that?
Well, as I remember, the comedies I've been in that have worked the best, have turned out to work the best, were the ones that were the hardest to make. I mean, because they required so much precision and concentration. And Peter, in particular, one of the strengths of that movie, What's the Thug, is that the scenes go on much longer than a scene usually goes on in a movie. And he only does one camera setup with everyone in the shot. So everybody has to be on point, and we could not say the lines quickly enough to satisfy him. He was thinking back to those old Howard Hawks comedies from the 30s, where everybody talks so fast. And if anybody flubbed a tiny bit, we would have to go back and start the whole scene all over again. So it was exhausting. Now, when I saw the movie, I thought, well, that paid off. That really, I mean, he was right.
So do you not usually know, especially in a movie, whether it's going to be good or bad until you see that final cut with an audience?
You never know, particularly with a comedy. Sometimes you feel when you're making a film, oh, this is brilliant. This is like really working. And then you see it, and it ain't happening, you know. And the reverse. So it was so hard to do, I don't think we even had an opinion of it. It was sort of a task. The task was difficult. What Peter did with that, the result of that is it created a real feeling of ensemble among all the actors, because we were, in effect, all in the same boat.
It's almost like the military, where you get through 3 weeks of basic training, and you're all bond in that way, you know?
Yeah. It was great. The set was extremely relaxing when you weren't actually shooting a scene. I mean, everybody would hang out and talk, but they would hang and talk with each other. We weren't off in our separate places, you know, because we all kind of needed each other so much in the scenes.
So Barbara was one of the gang, as it were.
Totally.
Great. Now, speaking of a comedy that I've never seen it, but that most people don't think turned out that well, that you were in, was a movie called SEGUE.
Oh, well, that's very controversial. Some people just love that movie.
Ooh, maybe I should see it.
And others really don't like it at all. It's such a... There's no movie that's like it even remotely. Some people, it just seems arbitrary and like, well, what is this? And other people say, God, this is so original. And it often shows up in revival houses, you know. And the good thing that came out of it, it was the first movie in which I had a part of any size at all. And the director was Otto Preminger.
Right.
And he taught me in that film a lot about film acting. So...
What do you remember that he literally taught you? What is something that he told you?
About making it smaller, because up until then I'd only been in plays.
Right.
Making it smaller, and about just the truth at every moment, the absolute truth, because the camera detects anything other than that. And you see a lot of his movies, and the actors in them are terrific, you know. And so I saw how that happened. And also, he just said every take is like opening night in a play, every single take.
Wow.
He just would talk to me about film acting. And he said things that I've remembered ever since, every movie I've ever made.
Believe it or not, staying on SEGUE, one of the reasons people still would be curious to see it are some of the performers in there, including Jackie Gleason. Do you have any memories of working near or with him?
Well, he was a lovely guy. You know, he suffered, and I don't think I'm telling any secrets. He suffered like not like some really great comedians do. And he's a great actor as well as a great kind of a comic actor. I'm getting out of the cab with my friend.
Just reminding folks that literally we're talking to Austin Pendleton as he's traveling, commuting in New York.
Yeah. He suffered. Jackie suffered from depression a lot. Mm-hmm. So he didn't want to rehearse. But it didn't matter, because then when you went to shoot the scene, he was right there, you know. So it wasn't the catastrophe that he didn't want to rehearse the way it would be with certain other actors. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He was very sweet. And of course, I was a nervous wreck because it was the first movie I'd ever been in, really, full of lines and a couple of other movies. So he was very sweet and patient with me.
Nice. Could you say the same about Groucho Marx, who was also in that movie?
Oh, yeah. Well, I only had that one little scene with Groucho at the end, but he was exactly like you think he would be.
Oh.
It's a scene in a rowboat in the Pacific Ocean where we're supposedly smoking pot shot at the crack of dawn. So we all stayed overnight at a hotel the night before. So I had dinner with Groucho.
Whoa!
Which was exactly what you would think it would be like.
Because he was still Groucho at that point. He hadn't become old, sort of Gilbert Gottfried Groucho. He was still himself, you know?
Oh, it was like watching You Bet Your Life, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He was fun. You would say something and he would come back with a really funny remark.
Now, one other actor in SEGUE that I worship. Any memories of Arnold Stang?
I was never in the scene with him, so I don't think I met him even.
So disappointing. But by the way, if you want to meet Austin Pendleton, I mean not physically, but to see him live on stage, you are doing a cabaret show.
Yeah.
At Pangea.
Yes. Which is spelled Pangea. 178 2nd Avenue in Manhattan between 11th and 12th Street. Oh, we did it for 2 dates in May, and it went well, so we've been invited.
Well, who's we?
Me and Barbara Blyer.
Barbara Blyer. So do duets? I mean, what is the show? What are the songs you're doing? Give us a little forespice.
Well, it's about an hour long, and it's about two friends. Our kind of plot line through it, because you have to have a kind of theme in a cabaret. Our plot line is we're old friends, and we meet at a bar, and we talk about our relationship. We sing about our relationships, and a lot of it is very funny.
Oh.
But then there's some ballads in it, you know, and there are just a lot of great songs by people like Gretchen Cryer and Nancy Ford, and Roger Hammerstein, and John Bucchino, and Sheldon Harnick, and Jerry Bach, and Amanda McBroom, and I mean, there are songs written by people like that, and by Nancy Ford and Mimi Turk, and some of them are songs that you heard a million times, and some are songs you've never heard at all.
Well, that's the nice thing about cabaret. You can mix them and introduce people.
Yeah. But they kind of follow a theme of two people hanging out in a bar late at night, going over their relationships and their lives, and the heartaches and the follies and everything of their lives.
Now, forgive me for not knowing this, but is this your first cabaret sortie, as it were?
Yeah, it's the first time. Well, I've done a few in the past, a couple of them with Barbara, actually, in Chicago, but also with other people. I've never done a cabaret alone, and I'm not sure I would want to. But the cabarets I've done before, including the ones with Barbara, were a few years ago. So then when she had the idea that we team up for this one, I got all excited because I hadn't done one in a few years. And of course I've been, as you mentioned, in a lot of you. Oh, another musical with a Jewish theme I was in was by Arthur Miller, Stanley Silverman, called Up from Paradise. It was a musical version of the Book of Genesis.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I played Adam, and the characters are Adam and Eve, and God and Lucifer, and Cain and Abel, and some archangels. And that was done at the Jewish Rep in New York.
Oh my gosh, I remember the Jewish Rep. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This was already, I guess it was then a revival of the Arthur Miller music, or was he there? Did you meet him?
Oh, no, he was there. Yeah, it was the New York premiere of the musical. He adapted it from a play of his, which had a different title, and the play had been done, but the musical's a whole new work. First of all, it's a musical.
Wow.
But also, even the play itself, which serves as the basis for the musical, was largely rewritten by Arthur Miller for the musical. So he was there all the time.
And what was he like?
He was funny.
Really?
Oh, he was so funny. He was entertaining and funny, and he had this really dry Brooklyn accented humor, you know. And his notes that he would give us were extraordinarily precise and, I mean, helpful. But he didn't give that many of them. He wouldn't go on and on. He would just say, "Why? I think you could look at it this way," and you would go, "Oh yeah, right, great," you know.
And it was good that he was able to defer to the director of the.
Oh yeah, he was always respectful of the director.
Because if I were the director of an Arthur Miller play and Arthur Miller was still there, I would be like, "Okay, you win. Whatever you say, Arthur." I don't know if I. How do you sometimes do that as a director yourself when you're working with really famous and respected people, or playwrights or actors? And you have to kind of be the one in charge and put your foot down.
Well, there's a book of interviews by a guy. The interviews were conducted by a guy named Jeff Young of the great director Elia Kazan, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a 100 and some pages book. It's just a whole long series of interviews that this man Jeff Young did with Kazan. I'd say in the mid '90s. It's a wonderful book. You know, Kazan is very forthcoming, and they talk about.
Well, we know he names names. Just kidding.
Yeah, and they talk about that.
Mm.
And Jeff Young makes it clear he isn't happy about it, and so they talk about that. I mean, it's a very frank, open book, and of course it's terrific when they get into the work. I mean, just doing the work. And at one point, I forget the question Jeff Young asks, but I was reading this on a plane on my way to direct a play in Chicago at the Steppenwolf, where I remember I was literally on the plane going there, and Jeff Young asked Kazan a question in one of the chapters of the book, and Kazan's answer is, "Who says the director has to be right all the time?" It really cracked my mind open. It really, I thought, that's marvelous. He's talking about the openness of a dialogue with actors, with presumably playwrights, with producers.
But do you ever fear losing the control if you start to give in on that? Not just once in a blue moon, but if you start to admit that you might be wrong, are you afraid that certain chaos or distrust?
Actually, what it builds is a greater trust.
Greater trust, yeah.
So you have a control that's more, that doesn't depend on being right all the time. See, you have to be able to, you have to be able to say to an actor, if the actor says, this isn't working, you have to be able to say, okay, show me something else. And then if that works, you have to be able to say, oh, I see what you mean. And then a trust gets built up so that it's not like a rigid line between. And the same thing with the playwright. I mean, when you're directing a play and the playwright's around, whether it's a revival or a new play, you get in fights with the playwrights. I fought with almost every one of them at one point or another.
Oy.
But then you come to some kind of terms, you know what I mean? And
well, can you give an example? I mean, I would love to have an actual real example of a fight that turned out hopefully better from the fight.
With very few exceptions, they always turn out for the better because you have a real frank exchange of views and it takes you somewhere. In defending what you're doing, you have to clarify what you're doing. You have to say, this is the reason why I'm doing this way, and the director says, well, I'm not seeing it. So then you have to defend it and say, and often the playwright will say, even when you're actually having an argument, will say, well, if that's what you want, then find a way of doing it that makes that clear. And so it can be very productive. Only once in a long while does it just end in the stalemate.
Well, do you remember like a glorious moment when an argument ensued and something amazing came out of it?
Oh God, there are so many of them. I can't even think of one.
Oh, okay.
It happens on almost every show when the playwright's around. Every once in a while, it comes to. And sometimes, like, a playwright will say, look, if they come in and they see it and they say, I disagree with just about everything you're doing. And then you say, okay, give me a list. Now, if they go that far, you sort of have to make a lot of concessions. But usually it's a few things they get upset about.
Okay.
And so you can negotiate those.
We are having a marvelous verbal negotiation with the delightful Austin Pendleton telling us about his life, his career, his work. Do you have a favorite piece that you've directed, like the best directing experience you ever had?
No, I don't.
Does that mean so many of them have been wonderful, I hope?
No, I try not to think that way. because when you start comparing things to each other, then, I don't know, it just distorts it somehow. But every time out, it's always a struggle, virtually always a struggle. And it should be. You have a lot of people working together, all of them of a creative temperament. So if you start saying, well, I hope this experience is going to be as great as that one we had last year when I did so-and-so, as soon as you start to think that way, you've created a problem for yourself, and possibly even a problem for the people you're working with.
Speaking of directors, you were in a remake of The Front Page, a film remake, directed by Billy Wilder.
That's right.
Any memories of him? Oh, not to mention your co-stars in there, Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau, by the way.
Yeah, and Carol Burnett, yeah, right.
Her too.
Yeah. Billy Wilder was a demanding sweetheart.
Okay.
He would say things like, I have such respect for your work, I couldn't possibly release the scene to the public the way you just played it.
Okay.
How can you resist that? You know what I'm saying?
That's good. You have to remember that one.
Yeah.
Did you ever direct a movie?
Oh, no, I never have, no.
How come, why, most actors want to direct, do direct theater all the time. Why did you never go that step?
It's never like, the few times I've ever been approached about it, I would have problems with the script, and it just never quite panned out, you know what I mean? And I guess I wasn't obsessed about it, so I didn't. But every once in a while, for some years, like a project would come my way and I might do it. But often it would break down in discussions about the script,
Okay.
And when you shoot a film, the script has to be there. See, in a play, you can maybe get revisions during rehearsals. You can say the playwright is up. But in the film, you've shot the scene, so you can't go back and reshoot it. So I think when you shoot a film, the first day of shooting, you have to have the script. Now, every once in a while, there are directors who are able to work around that. But you have to have a script that's all set to go the first day, which is not as true when you go in rehearsal for a play.
Huh. Now, also, speaking of movies, you were the subject of a recent movie.
Oh, yeah, a documentary, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is that released yet? Is that officially, I would play at festivals. Is it available, or will it be soon, or?
I think for a while the trailer, which I've never seen, was available on YouTube.
The trailer is still there?
Yeah. I think the film probably, when it's played at some festivals, it'll probably be on those things like Netflix and stuff. I presume, I don't know.
Well, how did you feel about being followed around and being part of a documentary about you?
I wasn't followed around all that much. A whole lot of it is interviews with other people.
Okay.
And I wasn't really followed around. I mean, they interviewed me a couple of times, and clips from that show up. And the movie in its present form is only 20 minutes long.
Oh, I did not realize it was a short, because there is a scene in there, and this gets back to something ostensibly Jewish. They do have a scene of you in the bathroom, where you're looking for a bathroom, you have to change your clothes. And I think I noticed, above your belly button, you have a hernia scar. Is that true?
No, that was a different operation.
Oy.
Yeah.
Are you okay? How have you been?
Oh, I'm fine. That was a few years ago.
Okay, just wondering, because I know from hernias, believe me. It's kind of a Jewish thing.
I've had them a couple of times, but I've never had to, I'm not going to have an operation.
Wait, you've had hernias without an operation?
Where they kind of got under control, where there was going to be surgery, and then this happened maybe twice in my life.
Oh.
And the surgeon said, no, I think it's under control, I think.
Oh. Mazel tov, you are a lucky man, let me tell you.
I'm a very lucky man, yeah.
Hey, do you have wife, kids, all that sort of thing?
I have a wife and a daughter.
Mit mazel. So you get income, of course, from doing all the TV and the movies, but you are able to have a life in the theater, essentially, and support, and live okay. In New York.
And live okay, yeah. It's not... the money that really helps is when either from the movies or from TV. But also I teach at HB Studio. I teach acting. So, and that's a constant job. So it doesn't pay a huge amount, but it's a consistent job.
Well, you're in your, what is it, late 60s, early 70s at this point? What?
I'm 76.
76, Mazel. So could you, at some point, retire if you had to? Or do you have to teach until you're 85?
I could, I think, because I'm all in the unions, and
Mazel.
So you have a pension, and then of course you have your Social Security and stuff. But I don't think in terms of retiring.
On the first day of your class at H, because you teach both acting and directing at two different places. So
no, at the directing I only taught for like 3 or 4 years. That was at the new school. Oh. But I've taught acting at HP Studio forever. But see, it's a lot of the same students from term to term, so there's sort of a flow to it, you know what I mean?
So wait. In other words, you'll teach the course, and then the same person will come back?
Well, I mean, typically in the class there are about 20 people. Maybe half of the people a third of the people will be new each term, and they'll pick up the way we've already been working, and then there are people who repeat, and then there are people who study and they come back maybe 3 terms later. It's very informal the way at the HB Studio.
So is it that you help them with what they happen to be working on? I assume they're already acting, or do you have assignments? Do you have scenes that you want them to do and work on?
Yeah. It's called a scene study class.
Okay.
I'm going to have to wrap this up
sure.
soon because we have the cabaret tonight.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget? Everybody, make sure you see Austin Pendleton and Barbara Blyer in their cabaret. What is the name of it, by the way?
It's called Late Nights in Smoky Bars.
Late Nights in Smoky Bars. That is at Pangea, which is on 178 2nd Avenue over on 11th Street. It's playing on July 27th.
Between 11th and 12th Street. On 2nd Avenue.
On 2nd Avenue.
Pangea, P-A-N-G-E-A.
July 27th and August 9th, so you've got 2 chances to see them. And also you are directing a play for the Mint Theater Company from mid-July until mid-September called A Day by the Sea, a revival of a play by N.C. Hunter.
Right.
And it's going to be at the Samuel Beckett Theater. The Mint used to have their own space, but now they...
Yes.
Find out the information. It's called A Day at the Sea. So last question for Austin Pendleton before I let you go. You had some success writing plays. You wrote Orson's Shadow and Booth and Uncle Bob. Is it that you don't have time to write more? Because you probably should.
I probably should, but I don't have the temperament of a writer. I'm in awe of writers, people who are able to sit down and write every day. I don't have that kind of discipline. I do okay with the kind of discipline where you're acting or directing and there's a schedule and you have to show up and all that. I'm now writing a musical with Josh Schmidt and Todd Almond.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little, or is it too early? You don't want to let the...
Oh, no, a lot of it's written already. It's about the life of Gogol, G-O-G-O-L, the 19th century comic writer who lived in Russia.
The nose guy, yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, boy, well, we look forward to seeing that. We look forward to seeing you in Cabaret and to seeing your work for many years from now. Austin Pendleton, best of success in everything that you do, and thank you so much for being with us.
I really enjoyed this, Rabbi. I really have.
Well, I hope we can do it again.
Very good interviewer.
Thank you. We barely scratched the surface. Please come back sometime soon. How's that?
I would love that, okay?
Shalom to you.
And to you too, Rabbi. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was a miracle. It was a miracle! Wonder of wonders, miracle of miracles, God took a Daniel once again, stood by his side, and miracle of miracles, walked him through the lion's den. Wonder of wonders, miracle of miracles, I was afraid that God would frown, but like he did so long ago in Jericho, God just made a wall fall down. When Moses softened Pharaoh's heart, that was a miracle. When God made the waters of the Red Sea part, that was a miracle too. But of all God's miracles, large and small, the most miraculous one of all is that out of a worthless lump of clay, God has made a man today. Wonder of wonders, miracle of miracles, God took a tailor by the hand, turned him around, and miracle of miracles, led him to the promised land. When David slew Goliath, yes, that was a miracle. When God gave us manna in the wilderness, that was a miracle too. But of all God's miracles, large and small, the most miraculous one of all is the one I thought could never be. God has given you to me.
The one, the only, and the absolutely delightful Austin Pendleton there, with the not-so-delightful Rabbi Sol Solomon, but having an absolute blast. And I'm sure you will have a blast if you go see Austin and Barbara Blyer at the Pangea Club. As I said, it's between 11th and 12th Street on the east side. And that is going to be happening this Wednesday night, the 27th. And then there's another date in August. And we thank Austin, who is no wonder. I got to read you these things. I've got to let you know. I said earlier that we have had more emails and more responses and Facebook postings and messages about our having Austin Pendleton on the program than we've had, I think, of any other guest that we've ever had in the past 14 and a half years that this program has been on the air. And by the way, this program is on the air right now at 12:02 in the afternoon, Mountain Time, here at the University of Northern Colorado in Greeley, Colorado, on UNCRadio.com. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. The name of the program, of course, Dave's Gone By. The time, if you're scratching your head and wondering why we're still on the air, since we run from 9 a.m. until noon on Saturdays, is because we always go late on Saturdays, because we have so much to do. I mean, we did our Saturday SEGUE, we had our Greeley Crimes, we wished a very happy birthday to Snooty the Manatee out in South Florida. As a matter of fact, the birthday party is ending as we speak over there. I mean, Snooty's still in the tank. It's not like he, packs up and goes home and flies back to his house in New Jersey. I mean, he stays in the tank. But there still seems to be a lot of people massing around the Snooty tank and enjoying his birthday there, except I don't see any of the man. Oh, there's one behind the pole. If you haven't been with us for the past 3 hours, just reminding you that if you go to southfloridamuseum.org and you click on their homepage and just scroll down, there is the Snooty cam. Snooty and his two other manatee pals swimming in their aquarium tank. And by the way, if you are listening to this program in our archives, if you're going to davesgoneby.com after the show is over, and a day or two after we've aired live, we archive the show, assuming that it came out okay on tape, or digital tape, whatever the hell you call it, then we put it in our archives along with whole bunches of our other shows. Almost every show we've ever done has been saved in some form or another, and now you can find it on davesgoneby.com in the archive section for free as an MP3. It's a download, it's a stream, it's a podcast. Now, remember, the past 7 years, we've been here at UNC, and the shows are 3.5 hours long. The early shows are an hour and a half. So understand if it might take some time to load. But the shows are there. All the interviews, all the music, all the great stuff. And I say that also to just say that if you're hearing this now and you're like, oh, I missed Snooty's birthday party, I missed Snooty Cam, just know that this is a regular webcam that they have for this manatee tank at the South Florida Museum that's open every day, I think from about 8:30 or 9 a.m. till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Florida time, Eastern time. So if you're hearing this and you're listening to this show now, it's Wednesday, days after I'm broadcasting live, if it's the middle of the day, you can go to the Snooty Cam on southfloridamuseum.org and see the manatees. You won't see the party, but you'll see Snooty and Sarah Solo and Ice Cube, his two other pals. Okay, but getting back to Austin Pendleton, I mean, we've had pretty famous folks on this show over the past 14 and a half years. We started in October of 2002. So in that time, I mean, we had Carl Reiner on the show, and Judy Collins, and Dick Cavett, and Carol Channing. I mean, it was some really well-known folks. Last week we had Sir Richard Eyre, the very distinguished English theater director, and was directed on Broadway and stuff. So, no slouches as far as some of the folks we've had. And I think all our guests are not slouches. I think they're great. But of all the folks who've ever been on this show, we've gotten more emails, more responses, more positive affirmations about Austin Pendleton than anybody else. For example, I want to read a couple of these. Gail from New York City wrote in capital letters, "Love Austin Pendleton. Hope you're having a good summer, David." And thank you. Mary Sheng Barnage, our great friend from Chicago. She calls us on our New Year's shows. She's been a theater critic there longer than I've been a theater critic at this point. And gosh, she was laid up for half a year with a broken hip, I believe it was. She was shoveling her snow out in Chicago in front of her stoop and fell and hurt and bang and broke and was in rehab for months. And only in the past 2 weeks, has she been going back to the theater and getting her life back to what it was for all those years. So she's starting to review shows again and write more about the theater, which is fantastic. And she wrote, Austin Pendleton is a sweetheart. Don't jerk him around too much, or the Steppenwolves will get you. Thank you, Mary Sheng Barnage, for that. And, of course, that's reference to Austin being a member of the Steppenwolf Theater Company out in Chicago as well. Sam wrote, and this is it's not the Sam who was the general manager here at the radio station. This is a different Sam who lives out in Texas, I believe. Thanks for the update, Dave. I'm with you all in spirit. My maternal grandmother was one of 12 brothers and sisters who shared the same parents, and one of those sisters married an Altus, Oklahoma, a Pendleton from Altus, Oklahoma. And Miss Pendleton owned a drugstore. Might Austin be related to that guy? Don't know. Sorry, I didn't get to ask that, or Rabbi didn't get to ask him. Peace and love from Sam Allred out in Texas. Thank you, Sam. And I don't have his email address, but I'm sure it's a question he'd be happy to answer if you found a way to get in touch with him. Anthony P. wrote a message to us. Wow, this sounds like it'll be a fantastic interview. This is before, obviously, the interview aired. Austin Pendleton is definitely one of the greats. By the way, are you familiar with his play Orson's Shadow? Yeah, the rabbi mentioned it in the interview. It is one of my favorites, and there's an audio CD performance of the show from a few years back. And I got to know Austin, Anthony is saying, I got to know Austin when I reached out to him after hearing that play, and I now think of him as a friend. Given the recent centennial of Orson Welles' birthday back in 1915, I definitely hope that Rabbi Sol discusses that play with Austin. All the best as ever, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. And unfortunately, as with so many things, the rabbi had about a half hour, even went a little overtime with Austin Pendleton and didn't ask nearly the number of questions that he wanted to. We wanted to ask about the whole Rhaegar O'Reilly thing, where Pendleton turned down Robert Altman's request for him to play Rhaegar in the movie of MASH. And it kind of altered Austin's career forever, in a way. It was his one biggest regret as a performer. But of course he went on to do all these other things. More Austin Pendleton notices and emails and things from friends and our Facebook buddies. Iris said of Austin that he is probably the nicest man in show business. What, Iris, you mean I'm not? You rotten little... Anywho, Roz Friedman. Oh, my God, Roz Friedman. Speaking of people who are recovering, Roz is also a fellow theater critic and a friend and colleague for many, many years who has been under the weather in very difficult health circumstances for more than a year now. And they've changed up her therapies, and she is doing better, which is fantastic. She wrote, I did not realize that Austin Pendleton was the original Mottel in Fiddler on the Roof. I loved him, still do, so gifted, and I am getting better. Yay, love, Roz. Thank you, Roz. And our pal Richard Shore, and Rabbi Sol's pal Richard Shore, wrote to say, glad you're interviewing Austin Pendleton. I know that this completely ignores all of his impressive accomplishments over the past 40-plus years. But, as a child, and even more as an adult, I adored him in What's Up, Doc, and in the Muppet Movie. And he said that, quote, What's Up, Doc is probably the only comedy ever about musicologists. That's too bad. They're such easy targets. Did I mention that Richard Shore, of course, is a music director and piano, and he accompanied Rabbi Sol Solomon in his solo show, semi-solo show, called Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon, when he did it off Broadway and in Colorado a couple of years back. And by the way, if you want to see Richard Shore and Rabbi Sol doing that show, the whole show has been saved on YouTube. And you can get to it at the rabbi's website, shalomdammit.com. Shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. And that's also a place where you can see the rabbi's TV show that he did on Long Island Cablevision about a decade ago, and also all of his rabbinical reflections. It's a really cool website. Check it out, shalomdammit.com. But thank you to Richard Shore, who also mentions that he enjoyed Austin Pendleton in Homicide and wished that character had appeared more often. All those emails and notices, and there were a few more actually, for our having Austin Pendleton in the neighborhood, and we couldn't be prouder and gladder. And by the way, not to be left out, not to say that everybody else is a slouch or anything, but we got a couple of emails late in the day about Richard Eyre, our guest last week, the very fine English director who ran the National Theatre for a decade. Leslie Blake, another recovering critic. This is insane, like 3 different people. I guess that basically they're so convalescent that they have time to write to me. If they were out and about more, then they wouldn't have time to do this. But Leslie Blake, who just had her hip replaced, said, I remember when we all had tea backstage. This was, I guess, when the American Theatre Critics went to London. And apparently we had tea backstage with Richard Eyre on a wonderful trip, and she remembers that really, really well. She had her hip done this past Tuesday, so we're wishing her well. I really should get in touch and ask her how she is, but I'm sure she's doing just fine. And by the way, our friend Marie, actually I don't know if she's a friend of the neighborhood. She's just another critic friend of ours from Florida who wrote to us about Richard Eyre saying, quite a coup, David. And I thank you for that. In others, having Richard Eyre on the program. Hey, but it's not my coup. It was Rabbi Sol who interviewed him and booked the guests. So it's a coup for him. But I'm just a facilitator here in the neighborhood, where it is 12:13 in the afternoon, Mountain Time. We've got music coming up. We've got our other Saturday Segue convention songs. We'll also be peering into my sick mind for the worst possible jokes I could make about events of the past week. And we'll also talk a little bit more about the friends of the neighborhood. But before all that, let's have our Bob Dylan Sooner and Later segment, where we play songs from all different times of Bob Dylan's career. Come gather round, people. It's time for Bob Dylan, Sooner and Later. Songs from all different times and phases of Bob Dylan's career. Everybody must get bobbed. So what is the theme for this Bob Dylan Sooner and Later segment? I'm glad you asked. It is political places. Because, last week, of course, the Republicans had their national convention out in Cleveland, Ohio. And now, just starting, I think, Hillary is, I think that her convention is starting on Tuesday, although her vice president is already talking, or somebody is at the moment making a big speech. But, her convention is starting. That's going to be in Philadelphia. And both of them, both Donald Trump and Hillary, want to get, of course, to Washington, D.C. So why not have a Bob Dylan Sooner and Later set that has to do with their conventions and their aspirations? So we'll begin with a Bob Dylan song performed actually by Johnny Cash, with Carl Perkins backing him on, I guess, guitar, from the I Shall Be Unreleased collection, a song that I'm not sure Dylan ever did. Maybe he did it as part of the bootleg series stuff or basement tapes. But it's called Wanted Man. It is essentially a checklist of places where someone's wanted. And where are Hillary and Donald Trump wanted? Remains to be seen.
Wanted man in California, wanted man in Buffalo, wanted man in Kansas City, wanted man in Ohio, wanted man in Mississippi, wanted man in old Cheyenne. Wherever you might look tonight, you might see this wanted man. I might be in Colorado or Georgia by the sea, working for some man who may not know who I might be. And if you ever see me coming, and if you know who I am, don't you breathe it to nobody, 'cause you know I'm on the lam. Wanted man by Lucy Watson, wanted man by Jeannie Brown, wanted man by Nellie Johnson, wanted man in this next town. But I've had all that I wanted of a lot of things I've had, and a lot more than I needed of some things that turned out bad. Da, 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 da. I got sidetracked in El Paso, stopped to get myself a map, went the wrong way into Juarez with Juanita on my lap. Then I went to sleep in Shreveport, woke up in Abilene, wondering why the hell I'm wanted at some town halfway between. Wanted man in California, wanted man in Buffalo, wanted man in Kansas City, wanted man in Ohio. There's somebody set to grab me anywhere that I might be. So wherever you might look tonight, you might get a glimpse of me.
Johnny Cash on Dave's Gone By with Wanted Man.
Well, I had to go down and see a guy named Mr. Goldsmith. Nasty, dirty, double-crossing, backstabbing, phony I didn't have to want to have to deal with, but I did it for you. And all you gave me was a smile. Well, I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry. I don't care, dead weight, I know. Flash in the pan. Alright, I'll set you straight. If you see I'm a union man, I'm letting the cat out of the cage. I'm keeping a low profile. Well, I cried for you. Now it's your turn, you can cry a while. Feel like a fighting rooster, feel better than I ever felt. But the Pennsylvania line's in an awful mess, and the Denver road is about to melt. I went to the church house. Every day I go an extra mile. Well, I cry for you. Now's your turn. You can cry a while. across the alley. There was a pounding on the wall. It must have been Don Pasquale making it to a booty call. To break a trusting heart like mine was just your style. Well, I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry a while. I'm on the fringes of the night, fighting back tears that I can't control. Some people, they ain't human, they got no heart or soul. But I'm crying to the Lord, trying to be meek and mild. Yes, I cried for you. Now it's your turn, you can cry. Wow. Preachers in the pulpit and babies in the cribs. I'm longing for that sweet fat that sticks to your ribs. I don't buy me a barrel of whiskey. I'll die before I turn senile. Yes, I cried for you. Now it's your turn, you can cry. Well, you bet on a horse and he ran the wrong way. I always said you'd be sorry and today could be the day. I might need a good lawyer, could be a funeral man trial. But I cried for you, now it's your turn. You can cry a while.
Bob Dylan, Sooner or Later on Dave's Gone By.
You can read out of your Bible, you can fall down on your knees, pretty mama, and pray to the law, but it ain't gonna do you no good. You're gonna need my help someday. Well, if you can't quit your sinning, please quit your low down way. Well, you can run down to the White House, you can gaze at the Capitol Dome, pretty mama, you can pound on the president's gate, it'll do you no good. You're gonna need my help someday. Well, if you can't quit your sinning, please quit your low down way. Well, you can run down to the desert, throw yourself on the burning sand. You can raise up your right hand, pretty mama, but you better understand. You're gonna need my help someday. Well, if you can't quit your sinning, please quit your low down way. Jack on the highway, you can stand alone by the side of the road. You can try to back a ride back home, pretty mama, but you can't ride in my car. You're gonna need my help someday.
Well, if you can't quit your sinning, please quit your low down ways. Oh, you can read out of your Bible, you can fall down on your knees, pretty mama, and pray to the Lord, but it ain't gonna do you no good. You're gonna need my help someday. Well, if you can't quit your sinning, please quit your low down ways. 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 Quit your low down ways.
That was the Hollies. You might remember them mostly from that great song Bus Stop. That's them doing a pretty little-known Bob Dylan song called Quit Your Low-Down Ways. Peter, Paul, and Mary did a version of that, or a number of that song on an early album of theirs. But that was a song from a CD called I Shall Be Unreleased, a bunch of different people doing Bob Dylan covers, and the Hollies doing that one. Why did we play Quit Your Low Down Ways, Cry a While, and Johnny Cash and Carl Perkins doing Wanted Man? Well, to be in line with the conventions that we've been talking about politically. So, Wanted Man mentions, among other places, that this wanted man is on the lam. He's a wanted man in Ohio, which is, of course, the Republican convention was in Cleveland. And then we played Cry a While from the 2001 album Love and Theft, and there Dylan sings about, but the Pennsylvania line's in an awful mess, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania will be the location of the Hillary Clinton Democratic National Convention in just a day or two. And then finally the Hollies, Quit Your Low Down Ways, with the line, you can run down to the White House. So you've got, of course, one convention in Cleveland, one convention in Philadelphia, but everybody wanting to get to the shining city on the hill of Washington, D.C. And we just wish both Hillary and Donald would quit their low-down ways. That's for sure. Well, I generally am pretty low down here in this radio program. Dave's gone by. It's 12:30 in the afternoon Mountain Time here at UNC, the University of Northern Colorado. This is our 567th episode of the program. Remember that you can contact me. I read all these emails from people and Facebook messages. First thing you can do is go to the website, davesgoneby.com. If you get to the homepage, click on the white and blue letter F, and that'll bring you to the Facebook page for the show, Radio Dave Lefkowitz. Please like us there. Please follow us there. We're trying to get to 3,000 friends on Facebook so that when I send out news about the show, when I give people a weekly reminder of who's going to be on the program, or now I'm also posting when the archive is available to listen to, you can get it right then. I don't have to email you, don't have to call you late at night, which I'm not above doing. But no, seriously, join us on Facebook. We've got about 2,800 people there now, getting towards 3,000, and I think that would be really, really terrific. So just like us on Facebook, or you can drop me a regular old-fashioned email, davesgoneby@aol.com, D-A-V as in Victor, davesgoneby@aol.com, and I'll try and, I usually write back to everybody who writes in, and sometimes, as you've heard, I'll read what people write in on the air. So please contact me. But do try and enjoy the davesgoneby.com website. As I've been mentioning, we're revamping the site. It's taking a long while, just because we have 14 years of archives. We're through with about a decade of them. It's going to take a couple more weeks to get everything done, I think. But once we do, we're going to have this great new website, simple site on WordPress. The archives will be even more easily accessible. It'll be really, really, really cool. Just give us a little more time on it. But we're working on it. But for now, you can still use davesgoneby.com to surf the archives, to see all the interviews that we've done and hear them, and every show we've done going back to October of 2002. Well, we still have a little bit more to do. We've got our My Sick Mind segment, and then we also have a bit more music to play. Since we talked about the conventions in our Dylan segment, we're going to keep it there for conventions for our second and last Saturday segue of the program. But before that, I mentioned, I've been thanking Austin Pendleton for being on the radio show today. and as well as Rabbi Sol Solomon for interviewing him. Thanking also Beck Lee of Blitz Media for setting up that interview. And Beck has been really instrumental in getting us a lot of terrific people over the years to be on the program. So we thank him for that. But Austin Pendleton is now a friend of the neighborhood. You know, we've invited him back. We hope he will come back in the months and years ahead. And if you've been on the show, that means you're a friend, even family to us. We like to keep tabs and see what these folks who've been on the show are doing, because it brings us credit for having the good taste to have them on in the first place. So this week's friends of the neighborhood include, Michael Lydon. Remember when he and his wife Ellen Mandel were on here a few years ago? He's still making music and doing stuff, so is she. And talk about winding back to the past, 2 of the articles that he wrote for rock magazines in 1969. One is about Janis Joplin, the other about the Grateful Dead. Those are now available via Amazon Kindle Singles, if you wanted to go read these in-depth articles, written back in the day when those people were still... I think Joplin was still alive in 69. Certainly the Dead were. I think they're 99 cents a piece, but if you have a special Kindle deal, it's free. So check them out. Michael Lydon, Lydon. Want to send out condolences, by the way, to Carl Reiner. Of course, the great Carl Reiner. Not that he's lost, God forbid, a family member, but almost like family. Gary Marshall, of course, died this past week. The director of Pretty Woman and the TV shows Happy Days, created that, and Laverne and Shirley, and bunches of other movies too. Well, Gary Marshall was the father of Penny Marshall, who was at a certain time married to Rob Reiner, Carl Reiner's son. I'm terrible with family trees, so I'm not exactly sure. It wasn't a father-in-law, because it's like parents, but it's an in-law, certainly. And, Reiner lost his in-law, as it were, Gary Marshall, this past week. And we all lost a very, very funny and talented man. Zalman Mlatek, another friend of the neighborhood. He is the artistic director of the National Yiddish Theater Volksbühne. Remember that they're reviving The Golden Bride at the Jewish Heritage Museum as we speak now through the end of August. And that's, of course, in New York. James Lassines, The Absolute Brightness of Leonard Pelkey, his very acclaimed one-man show. He did it off Broadway this season. Now he's doing it at the Bay Street Theater in East Hampton, New York, through this weekend. J Records, I didn't even know they were still around, but yep, they're having a big CD release party for the York Theater Company's revisal, I should say, because they did some work on it, of Rothschild and Sons. There was this musical in 1970, I think it was, called The Rothschilds, by some of the same people who made Fiddler on the Roof. They kind of went back to the same well. And back in the day, our friend of the neighborhood from Barney Miller starred in Hal Linden was the star. This time they had Robert Cuccioli, our other friend of the neighborhood, starring in Rothschild and Sons alongside Glory Crampton. Anyway, the show was recorded, and J Records is doing its cast party release of the CD on July 25th. So I think that is at the York Theater. You can go to their website to find out more. Also on July 25th, that would be Monday, Red Bull Theater's Short New Play Festival will feature a play by Dakin Matthews called Her Father's Daughter. Now you can see Dakin Matthews on Broadway in Waitress, but he's also a writer, and his lucky man one-act play got in that festival. My play didn't get in, but it was a finalist. I got an email like 2-3 weeks ago that I almost made the cut, which is worth no money, no certificates, nothing, but it goes on the resume. So, sorta, thank you, Red Bull Theater. I'm sure my play is better than all the others, except Dakin Matthews' play in the Red Bull Festival. That's happening on July 25th, so check that out. On July 29th, David Yazbek is at 54 Below, and he's there again the night after, July 30th as well. Continuing on Broadway up until the end of the year, as we mentioned, Fiddler on the Roof, which is co-written by our pal Sheldon Harnick and featuring our buddy Danny Burston. Aladdin on Broadway features music by Alan Menken. That's at the New Amsterdam Theater. Well, somewhere in between off and off is Andrew Goffman's The Accidental Pervert in its 8th season in New York. It's playing at the 13th Street Repertory Theater. Eva Heinemann still hosting, after nearly 20 years, High Drama, a theater review program on Manhattan Cable. Look for that, and look for Two on the Aisle, another theater review show hosted by Charlie Gross and Leslie Hoban Blake. Obviously, she'll be taking a couple of weeks off, but, and Charlie will probably have another guest co-host while he's doing that. But you can watch both of those shows on MNN.org, Manhattan Neighborhood Network. Moving to other media, big shout out to Evan Seplow, the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com, which is kind enough to also host the Dave's Gone By archives. If you don't want to, for some reason, if you don't want to listen to them at davesgoneby.com, you can go to StageBuddy.com and click on the banner for them and see all our episodes there as well. And Rabbi Sol's Rabbinical Reflections are housed in the comedy section of StageBuddy.com. So thank you again to Evan and StageBuddy. Want to remind you to subscribe to DrDemento.com for all the Dr. Demento archives. You want to talk about going back a few years. Those go back to 1975, before the show was even syndicated, and all the way up to the present day where he's doing new episodes. DrDemento.com. Oscar Brand, I think he's going to be 96 years old soon, and you flip those numbers around, he's been on the air doing this program, the Folk Song Festival, on WNYC Radio for 69 years, and it airs Saturday nights, 10 at night Eastern Time, so that's 8 o'clock Mountain, on WNYC AM Radio. So if you go to WNYC.org, you got to do a little searching and fiddling to find the AM band, but it's there, and you can listen. For some reason, they've never bothered to archive his shows. I think they have one or two on the website after from the decades and decades he's been doing them. I have no idea. And I say this because just this week, I went back and was able to listen to the July 2nd broadcast of A Prairie Home Companion, which is the very last one to feature Garrison Keillor, who retired, or at least from doing the show. And you go to one website, and they've got the most recent showing. You can click and listen. And then there's another site where pretty much every Prairie Home Companion from 1996 on, more, I think, maybe. I guess that wouldn't be all of them, but because he's been around for longer than that, hasn't it? Still, there they've got all these Garrison Keillor Prairie Home Companions. If you go to This American Life, which I've started to kind of dip into after resisting it all these years, Ira Glass's show, also on NPR, and he's got stuff from his very first episode right up to the shows he's doing now. So why they cannot do that with Oscar Brand is beyond me. Anyway, last thing, listen to Bob Cudmore, New York Upstate History, at bobcudmore.com. He does these cool podcasts. He's also written a book about it, and he speaks a lot in that upper Hudson Valley area where he is in New York. So we wish him a big shout out. He was haven't heard from him in a bit because he hasn't had his morning radio show for the past year or two. He retired from that. But he's definitely concentrating on the writing and the history, and we certainly wish Bob Cudmore well. And those were the Friends of the Neighborhood for this Saturday, July 23rd, 2016, where I still have more show to do. Now, we've got more cool music to play. We've got our Saturday segue of songs having to do with conventions. But before then, I'm going to make you endure something. It's a segment called My Sick Mind, and it has to do with jokes that pop into my head and pop out of my mouth before I can even stop them, before a normal person will hold his tongue in polite company. I am not capable of doing that. I have what Dylan Brady called comedy Alzheimer's, or comedy Tourette's even, I think it is, where it comes out before you really can control it. The joke forms in your brain because it must, and then a joke that dies inside your head is not a joke at all. It's only a joke, it's like a tree falling in the forest, if someone is there to look at you with disgust after you tell it. So ladies and gentlemen, with that in mind, please enjoy, if you can, for this week, the My Sick Mind segment.
My sick, my sick, my sick, my sick, my sick mind.
Well, talk about bad taste.
My sick, my sick, my sick, my sick, my sick mind.
like little monkey.
Yes, into the recesses, the abscesses of my sick mind we go for this Saturday afternoon, just with some thoughts on what's been happening in this crazy world, a world that is a lot sicker than I am, over the past week or so. For example, don't know if you've, this might be a little bit obscure, but what does Don McLean's wife think every time he comes home from a tour? This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. If you don't get that joke, just look up Don McLean on news from Google and you'll see what I'm talking about. Why was it so important for Donald Trump that gay activist Peter Thiel speak at the convention? Well, for once, Donald wouldn't be the biggest asshole on stage. I need my sound machine. I miss my sound machine. I already brought it to the car. Damn it. Yeah, it's not the same. I need some kind of effect or something, because it's definitely missing something. I'm just going to use my keys. It'll be an improvised sound machine that will serve as my rim shot. Remember I used to have instant rim shot? That was great. Okay. More My Sick Mind. What is the saddest thing about what happened in Munich? Well, they had to erase their sign that read, "This place has gone 61 years since a mass murder." I know it's not quite the same without the sign. Why can't college literature classes put War and Peace and Moby Dick on one syllabus? Well, it's not fair to have two novels by Melania Trump in the same semester. Ho, 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 ho! I think I'll stick with the keys. What is the difference? What is the difference between Hillary Clinton and David Duke? Well, Hillary wished lynch would go away. Duke wishes lynching never went away. And yes, if you haven't heard, David Duke is running for senator from Louisiana, of all places. What has more stains than Monica Lewinsky's dress? Roger Ailes' casting couch. Okay, seriously now, seriously. Serious face on all of us. What do we learn from the life of Melania Trump? If you're born looking like a model and you marry a billionaire, you can really make something of yourself. What do we learn from the life of Donald Trump? If you're born looking like an orangutan, but your father is a millionaire, you can really make something of yourself. What do we learn from the life of Chris Christie? Food makes you fat. And finally, it's almost over, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, from my sick mind this week, what's the difference between Bill Cosby... This one actually makes me laugh. What's the difference between Bill Cosby and Helen Keller? Helen Keller began blind, then she started feeling things up. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, my sick mind. Ladies and gentlemen, 12:45 in the afternoon, Mountain Time, here in the neighborhood for Dave's Gone By on UNC Radio. We've had so much fun today. We've talked to Austin Pendleton with the Rabbi. We've wished a very happy birthday to Snooty, the Manatee. We've done our Greeley Crimes Old Times. We went into My Sick Mind. We went inside Broadway. We heard some Bob Dylan music. That's what we do. We're eclectic here in the neighborhood. So we're going to play a bit more music on a theme, our second and final Saturday segue of the show. And it's going to be about conventions. Well, why not? You know, last week, of course, was the RNC. This week, in a day or two, Hillary Clinton and I don't even remember her vice presidential pick's name. And they've been floating it for the past week or so. I keep thinking Pence, but that's the other guy. It's Price or Dice or Ice or... I'll have to look it up. But anywho... the next convention is this coming week, and then the Olympics are coming. I'm getting convention out already. But not before we hear some songs that have something to do, usually from the title, about conventions. We'll begin with this is from the title here, the Crespo's Comic-Con remix. Song called Enter the Convention with that very, very gentlemanly rapper, Professor Elemental.
jeans, your cape, your thong. Pop on a top hat, paint yourself bronze. I know you and you know me. This is the weekend you break free. Rex can't see, let him watch TV. Remake the world into what it should be. Never grow up in passion playing. Show up wearing imagination. Outside the line, all standing, waiting. Heroes, villains, angels, satans. Oh my goodness gracious. Worth it to see the hotel star spaces. We made it, the date is eventually here. End of the convention, here's 3 cheers.
Oh my God! It's all kicking off! Your costume is amazing! I said your costume's amazing! What are you? Oh, it's not a costume. You look great. Honestly. Oh, what's in this room?
Fanboys drool over cosplay girls. B-movie stars act like they rule the world. Sign autographs, discuss past glories. Comic art, LARPing stories. Panels, stalls, stands, skits. Professor Elemental's on about 6. Of course at every con there's a couple of dicks. That's not real steam. Shut up, yes it is. Every other person makes it better. Every volunteer all holds it together. Yes! You finally found your tribe. Yes! Every type all here inside. We're all equal, we're all worthy. I don't know why they all have a go at furries.
If you want to dress up as a giant rabbit and have relations with a man squirrel, that is none of my business. I've seen Stranger Things. I've done Stranger Things. Oh, and it's nearly evening. The best is yet to come. Who's coming to the after party? I'm coming.
When the sun goes down, it's a frontier town. Freaks come out when the geeks get down. Crammed in the back with a hazardous drink, a swig of absinthe, I'm back from the brink. And nobody knows the rules. Odd noises in hotel rooms. Boba Fett hugging a fanatical fan. Darth Vader down with 6 Batmans. Parties packed, jams eclectic, fandom army all connected. All the best, unique, the same. All invited, join the game. All done, all the best, then cheers. I'm all broken, see you next year.
My poor aching head. God, whose hat is this? Whose trousers are these? They don't even fit, they're tiny. Shout out to every convention. Comic Palooza in Texas. Arcade Con or London Comic Con. Oh God, I love comics so much. I want to just swim in a big vault of comics. I'm in mid-condition and the little rabbits just want to swim around and live in a comic.
But I don't know why I kicked the politicians. I really don't know why. Because they provided me with more hours of merriment than anything in my whole life. Well, I mean it. It's why I never miss a political convention, boy. I'll tell you, if I can help it, I go as a reporter, but I've been there. You all know the best place to hold a political convention, don't you? That's in Chicago. You know where Chicago is, don't you? Slightly north of the United States up there. We got an amazing situation in Chicago, see? They've got the stockyards right here. And then they got the convention hall right there. And the fumes from both of them meet in the middle, see? Folks, it's a heady brew. It's a heady brew. I remember the last time there that the Republicans had Chicago. Oh, my goodness, I went, as a reporter, but I was there. Why, folks, I tell you, it was so hot the day I arrived that perspiration was a marketable commodity. And the convention hall was so crowded that I mopped 3 brows before I got to my own. I guess, the first couple of days at the conventions, they pray. Everybody knows that, I reckon. And the first prayer, I believe, is called the keynote prayer. I don't remember him mentioning the Bible, though, in any of the prayers, except maybe the amen at the finish. Folks, I'd like to say this, honestly, that if the good Lord can see his way clear to blessing the Republican Party the way it's been carrying on lately, I don't believe the rest of us are even going to have to ask for it, honestly. Well, they got a kind of a minority report over here. You have to know where you're sailing, to avoid the shoals. Oh, wait a minute. They did mention our Savior. Yes, they did, in one of the prayers. But I found out later they meant Herbert Hoover. Yes, now that's the way they rated him. It was Hoover, Lincoln, and the Lord. Is what they picked the engineer over the carpenter, is what they did. And when the praying got all done, see, then a lady got up in a great big hat. And she had a dandy voice. She sung the national anthem. Oh, and she knew the words. That's really, she didn't have to read it. And they applauded her, I believe, because she knew the words and didn't have to read it. And then she sung America. They applauded her again, you know. Then she sung Dixie, and they applauded. The old dame just would not stop singing. That's all. Then H.L. Mencken jumped up and suggested she sing Marching Through Georgia. And, I knocked him under the press table before he could be heard. When I went into the hall, I was with William Jennings Bryan, a good and dear friend of mine, old Bill Bryan. Bryan and me, you know, we was the only two aliens in the whole hall. Bryan was a solitary Democrat, and I was a bull moose, you know, so we huddled together there against the barbarian hordes, and, you know, folks, I've always felt that William Jennings Bryan would have made an ideal Sunday president. Of course, the other 6 days of the week, he'd have been an absolute liability, but that's all right. He was there to write seriously about the convention, and I was there to write humorously, and of course, I had by far the easier job, you know. All you got to do to write humorously about a political convention is just tell what happened, that's all. And the first big joke is who gets nominated.
I know hotels as well as any man in this theater. At least from the survival end. And I will tell you this to be a fact, and I'm sure the businessmen in this audience can back me up. I have never yet been in a hotel, any hotel, anywhere in this country at any time of the year in which there wasn't a convention. And my friends, where there is a convention, you're almost bound to find a conventioner.
Operator, long distance, please. Hello, long distance? Hi there, long distance. How is Mrs. Long Distance? No little short distances. Don't get upset, honey. Just having a little fun up here, that's all. Yes, I would like to make a long-distance call. Why else would I contact you? Well, I would like to call Shreveport, Louisiana. But I don't know anybody in Shreveport, Louisiana. What's the sense in that, you know what I mean? So, well, what do you say we take a crack at Beloit, Wisconsin? Yes, I know somebody in Beloit, Wisconsin. My wife is over there in Beloit, Wisconsin. Yes, I'm calling Mrs. Richard Olmsted. Olmsted. Sussex, 14111. Sussex. S-U-S. Sex.
Now you don't have to get nasty, baby. Be a little friendly, you know.
Yes, my name is Mr. Richard Olmsted. I am the husband. Yes, this is room 702, 704, and 706. No, well, we took over the whole suite here. You see, I happen to be with Mid-America Muffler Manufacturers Associated, see, and we are here with the Automobile Parts Manufacturers Convention. And we took over the whole hotel. And we are having one hell of a time, baby, I'll tell you. Now, put the call to will you, please? Well, hello, Stell? Hi. Richard Olmsted. It's your husband.
It's the old sex maniac, baby. How are you? Nothing's the matter. I just want to call up and say hello, that's all. Oh, really? That's funny. You're coming through pretty clear. Yeah, nothing's the matter. I just want to call up and say hello, that's all. Oh, really? It's only 12 o'clock over here. Well, what time is it over there? 3 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Did I wake you? Sorry. No, nothing's the matter. I just want to call up and say hello. That's all. I want to tell you that the convention is going great. It's a great convention. You know, it's nothing but business, you know. But I have been able to accomplish a great deal since I have been here. And I just wanted to say hello, and that I miss you, honey. And I wanted to inquire about my 2 little boys. Oh, that's right, my 2 little girls. I don't know, I miss... Oh, don't get mad, Estelle. I've been away a week now, and those things slip your mind, you know. Listen, honey, have we got any money in the house? Yeah, well, will you scrape it all together and send it out to me real quick, please? Yeah, well, I'm going to need every penny I can get my hands on because I got this big scheme. Well, you see, the whole idea of the convention has been, you know, think big, you know. So I've been sitting there, you know, thinking big. And Harry and Frank are with me. They've been thinking big, too. And, I mean, not just been thinking big. I mean, we've been thinking big, you know. And we have just taken a vote not less than 2 minutes ago. We are sick and tired of being small-time automobile muffler manufacturers. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to buy Detroit. I knew you'd find something wrong with that idea. No, I'm not, Estelle. I'm inspired. No, I'm not. You could ask Harry and Frank if I am. Harry? Frank? They can't talk to you now. They're resting. Well, Harry is resting on the floor, and Frank is curled up on the television set. I don't know. He says it's warmer. No, I'm not, Estelle. I feel good. It was just a great convention. We took over the whole hotel, and they're going to remember we stayed at this hotel for 50 years. I'm telling you, honey. No, they don't care. They like us here. The manager of the hotel and me, we get along great. We're going to go see him tomorrow over at the hospital. Well, he had a little breakdown or something. We don't know. Well, it wasn't anybody's fault. Don't misunderstand, honey. See, we were coming out of a hospitality room, you know, and we were walking down the corridor of the hotel. And, honey, you never saw in your life such a great big fire hose as they have in these here hotels, you know. So we just aimed it at the elevator door, you know, figuring that some of the other boys were going to come out, you know. But they didn't. It was just the manager. Wango, we shot him right into the east wing, just like I, you know. He never even knew it hit him. He should have seen him. His hair stood straight up in the air when we got him. You know, we couldn't even find him after that. We found him later. It was okay, though. He was just sitting there, you know, just screaming. So, listen, Estelle, what about Detroit? Can I have it? But I mean, if a guy can't go to his own wife, I mean, where would you suggest that I go? That's a pretty rotten thing you said to me, Estelle. All right, honey. I can see there's no sense in trying to talk to you now. You're not rational. So I am simply going to end this conversation so we can part friends. I want to tell you that I love you, in spite of your rottenness. And now you are wrong there, Estelle. I have to be in complete control of my faculties. And I most certainly do not need some cold coffee and black shower. I just want you to do me a good favor, honey. Give a good hug and a kiss to the 2 boys. All right, whatever they are. And I will tell you something, honey. You have hurt me. You have hurt me inside where I live. And you would deny me a little thing like Detroit? Think of all the room the kids would have to play. That's okay. Your attitude is not becoming a loving wife. Don't you be surprised, honey, if Sonny calls you up tomorrow and tells you that I went out tonight and got good and drunk. You ISL.
UNC Radio, we're making fun of conventions here on the Dave's Gone By program. We got one more song for you for not specifically about conventions, but about something that happened in the Republican convention last week. I think you'll kind of tell what it is in the middle of this Tom Lehrer song.
Who made me the genius I am today? The mathematician that others all quote? Who's the professor that made me that way? The greatest that ever got chalk on his coat. One man deserves the credit, one man deserves the blame, and Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky is his name. I, Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky. I am never forget the day I first meet the great Lobachevsky. In one word, he told me the secret of success in mathematics. Plagiarize. Plagiarize. Let no one else's work evade your eyes. Remember why the good Lord made your eyes, so don't shade your eyes, but plagiarize, plagiarize, plagiarize. Only be sure always to call it, please, research. And ever since I meet this man, my life is not the same. And Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky is his name. I, Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky. I am never forget the day I'm given first original paper to write. It was on analytic and algebraic topology of local Euclidean metrization of infinitely differentiable Riemannian manifold. Боже мой. This I know from nothing. What I'm going to do. I think of great Lobachevsky and I get the idea. I have a friend in Minsk who has a friend in Pinsk, whose friend in Omsk has friend in Tomsk with friend in Akmolinsk. His friend in Alexandrovsk has friend in Petropavlovsk, whose friend somehow is solving now the problem in Dnepropetrovsk. And when his work is done, begins the fun. From Dnepropetrovsk to Petropavlovsk, by way Vilysk and Novorossiysk, to Alexandrovsk, to Akmolinsk, to Tomsk, to Omsk, to Pinsk, to Minsk, to me the news will run. Yes, to me the news will run. And then I write by morning, night, and afternoon, and pretty soon my name in Dnepropetrovsk is cursed. When he finds out, I publish first. And who made me a big success and brought me wealth and fame? Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky is his name. I, Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky. I am never forget the day my first book is published. Every chapter I stole from somewhere else. Index I copy from old Vladivostok telephone directory. This book was sensational. Pravda, well, Pravda said Gilbil Kalorika dat pri njem locha žila, it stinks. But Izvestia said, ja idu kuda sam car idiot peshkom, it stinks. Metro Goldwyn Moskva buys the movie rights for 6 million rubles, changing title to The Eternal Triangle, with Ingrid Bergman playing part of Hypotenuse. And who deserves the credit and who deserves the blame? Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky is his name. Hey!
Hi! Tom Lehrer, of course, from that very first album, that red covered, I guess it was a 10-inch instead of a 12-inch album, that burst Lehrer into the world of sick, funny, unique humor back in the mid-1950s. Lobachevsky there with Plagiarize, which, God forbid we should blame Melania Trump for plagiarizing the speech. Of course, a speechwriter of hers fell on her sword, which, was good of her and probably true, but still. It's amazing how much happens now in a 24-hour or one-week news cycle where that wasn't even the biggest, funniest story of the week. Or not even funniest, but every time you put on CNN or MSNBC or Fox, it's some other breaking news, and not just the fake breaking news that they have, like when CNN was running the crawl or MSNBC was that Hillary would be announcing the name of her VP on Friday later in the day, and it's like that's not breaking news. It's breaking news when she announces it, not breaking news that she's going to. We knew that. There's nothing breaking about that. It's just breaking the spirit of television watchers. But anywho, with so much going on and so much that I already made fun of in my sick mind, it's just kind of amazing that even feels a million years ago, the whole Melania Trump speech of kerfuffle. And it was only, I think, Wednesday when that happened, or maybe Tuesday. Anywho, more craziness to come in the 4 months ahead, leading up to Armageddon, or as we like to call it, the presidential elections. But anyway, we are talking about the conventions here. We played a Saturday segue unconventionally about conventions. So we started with Professor Elemental from The Giddy Limit, his 2014 recording with Enter the Convention. That is the Crespo's Comic-Con remix version of that number. Okay. And then from Will Rogers' Follies, that was James Whitmore. He sounded so young, right? Going back to 1970, the recorded Broadway show, Will Rogers USA, talking about politicians and the Republican Party convention back in the day. And then Tom Lehrer, Lobachevsky, well, actually before Tom Lehrer, we heard Shelley Berman with a piece from his 1961 album, A Personal Appearance, called Conventioner, Making a Long-Distance Phone Call. And for sure, there are conventioners on both sides of the aisle, red and blue states, who are there and cheering and going crazy in that hall for their respective delegates and speakers, and then getting really, really drunk and actually doing a lot worse things, I'm sure, than the Shelley Berman conventioner that we just heard. And then finally, as I said, Lobachevsky, in honor of Melania Trump's stump speech, partially plagiarized from Michelle Obama's 2008 convention speech. I mean, just the layers of idiocy of even that, of plagiarizing such a public speech and a remembered one. I mean, not even from like 4 years ago when it wasn't such a big deal that Obama was running and going against all these years of history of never having a black president and getting out of the George Bush era. I mean, it was 2008. Everybody was glued and watching Obama and his wife. People remembered that. And, of all places, for Melania Trump speechwriters to crib from would be a Republican, from a Democratic, left-leaning, progressive speaker like Michelle Obama, wife of Barack. It's like, and it even tells you something about the nature of political speeches, no matter what side they're on. That you take 80% of them and you swap them from the mouth. You could put 80% of Hillary Clinton's upcoming speech into the mouth of David Duke, and it would sound just exactly the same crap. Crap we want to believe, crap we hope to believe, crap that will inevitably disappoint us. But I mean, that was sort of the defense of the Republicans, of saying, well, these are tropes, these are cliches. It's like what everybody says all the time when they're giving a political speech, whether they're Gus Hall, the communist, or so-and-so, the libertarian, or whether they're Ted Cruz or Donald Trump. It's just, what a time we live in, ladies and gentlemen. I will remind you before we go that the Manatee Cam on South Florida Museum is still, I believe, up. Is it? What are they up to? I don't see any of the manatees on the screen there. I think one is all the way in the upper right corner where they tend to hang out when they don't want to be on camera. There's still some people watching them, but the party's over. The birthday party for 68-year-old Snooty the manatee. Remember, you can watch him all day long if you wanted to, Monday through Sunday, I think. Unless they're cleaning the tank or the the divers are down or something. So that's kind of cool. When are they there? Yeah, every day. In fact, Monday through Saturday they start early at 8 in the morning Eastern, and then Sunday tomorrow, Snooty sleeps in a little bit. He's 68. He's cranky. He needs his Metamucil, and then he gets up at 10 in the morning Eastern time, and you can watch him. But thank you for listening to us here on Dave's Gone By every Saturday from 9 until noon Mountain Time. Again, if you want to find out more about the show or listen to our extensive audio archives, go to davesgoneby.com. If you want to email me, davesgoneby@aol.com is the way to do that. Please also like us and follow us on Facebook. Radio Dave Lefkowitz is the Facebook page, but there's a link from my homepage at davesgoneby.com, so you can jump there really, really easily. And we just love to have more and more people knowing about the show, listening to the show, hopefully liking the show, etc., and so forth. Got some people to thank for making this show possible this week and every week. Thanking again our sponsors, Hewlett Minuteman Press. Thanking the sponsors of UNC Radio, Blackjack Pizza, and the Wing Shack. Thanking also also the folks who helped make this particular show a go. My darling and adorable and wonderful wife and funny wife, Joyce, who spent the first hour or so with us doing Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Thank you, baby. Thank you to Rabbi Sol Solomon for doing that interview. His website, again, is shalomdammit.com. Shalomdammit.com. Thank you, most of all, to Austin Pendleton for spending some time with the rabbi. Remember, he will be playing at Pangea with Barbara Blyer. That's in New York City, down on 2nd Avenue and 11th Street. Wednesday night, this Wednesday night, I think it's at 7 o'clock, and then again on Tuesday, August 9th. And remember, he's also directing a play in August at the Mint Theater, a revival of a play by N.C. Hunter, I believe, called Day by the Sea. So check, and you know what, in another month or two, he'll be doing something else. And then 2 months after that, you'll have to check out something else Austin Pendleton is doing. A wonderful and beloved actor and director, and we love him now very much for being with us in the neighborhood. Thank you again to Beck Lee of Blitz Media for setting all that up. Thank you to Dylan Kuntz and the UNC Radio Board people for keeping this station on over the summer and, of course, revamping it and rebuilding it in really the next 2-3 weeks before students start coming back. So, huge thanks to all of the folks at UNC who allow me to do this radio broadcast week after week. We will be back next week, God willing, for the 568th episode. Mark your calendars. Mark being the operative term there, because our guest should be. Now, we may end up putting this off a week or two because of timing and stuff, but Mark Nadler, who is a cabaret artist himself and has been for quite a few years now, Mark Nadler, and he's been on Broadway and off-Broadway and stuff, will be our guest. A very lively performer. I mean, this is a man who plays the piano like Jerry Lewis, but he does it for the standards of the American songbook, which is kind of cool. So, and also some classical music as well. Mark Nadler should be in the neighborhood, if not next week, then in a week or two or maybe 3. But the thing that I want to let you know is that he's going to be at, I think it is Pangea. I'm pretty sure it's also Pangea on tonight, on July 23rd. Wow, okay, I'm glad I'm mentioning this. So catch Mark Nadler at Pangea tonight. Woo! And he'll also be there on Saturday, August 20th, Saturday, September 24th, Saturday, October 22nd, one day a month for the rest of the months of this year at least. But I wanted to let you know about Nadler today so you can go see him if you want to. Okay, I think we have done pretty much everything we could possibly do in 4.25 hours here in the neighborhood. Want to thank you again for tuning in. I haven't done the weather. Can't get out of here without giving you the weather in Greeley, Colorado. You don't really want to know it, unfortunately, because the last time they took the temperature was at noon, and it was 97 degrees in Greeley, Colorado. Cloudy day, going up to a high of 98, so we're almost there. Low of 59 degrees later in the day. But then we get a little bit of a cool front coming through into tomorrow, where the high will be only 88, and maybe a chance of rain and thunderstorm precipitating that, pun intended. But then the heat returns on Monday, again the high into the mid-90s, Tuesday high in the mid-90s, all these days sunny and cloudy together, with chances every afternoon, of course, of some kind of thunderstorm, so you gotta watch out for those. And really, it's in the low to mid-90s all week long, until Friday, when we get another break, and then the high will be only to the mid-80s, but we could get some rain on Friday as well, and then back to 90 degrees next Saturday. So the week ahead, exactly what you would expect in late July. Sun, some clouds, possible chances of rain and thunder showers towards the evenings, and heat. Bring sunscreen and an umbrella. Well, the heat is now off me for this episode of Dave's Gone By. I am done. I thank you for listening to our Austin City Limits 567th edition. Have a really great week. See you, as I said, God willing, next week. Hey, check out the mariachi thing in Nottingham Field that they're having. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds utterly amazing. I do wish I could bring Snooty there, on a leash in his tank. I'm babbling. That's what I do. Dave Lefkowitz here. Have a terrific late July. See you soon and gone by.
I will stroll a merry way and jump the hedges first. Drink the clear, clean water for to quench my thirst. And I will watch the ferry boats and they'll get high against the blue ocean, against the morrow sky. And I will walk and talk in gardens all wet with rain. And never, ever, never, ever get so old again. Sweet thing. Yeah. Sweet thing. Hell will drive my chariot down your streets and cry. Hey, it's me, I'm dynamite and I don't know why. And you will take me, warm your arms again. And I will not remember that I ever felt the pain. And I will walk and talk, and God is all wet with rain. And never, ever, 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 ever get so old again. Sweet thing. Yeah, sweet thing. Na na na.